Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gianluca Pellegrino, director of Quattro Ruote, and I'm going to coordinate this intense morning. Welcome to the Motor Valley Fest. It's become a traditional appointment in the world of mobility and the international automotive business. Well, undoubtedly, we're going through a major transition with challenges and opportunities. Well, electrification, software-based vehicles, circular economy models. So we are now really talking in the present tense and not in the future one. We try and understand the trends and dynamic processes of this transformation. I don't want to take too much time to a very intense morning, as I was saying, so let me quickly summarize the morning. So after the introductions the greetings by the authorities, we'll start with McKinsey, who will tackle the topic of new mobility in general, and we'll open a window on the high-performance industry that this region knows very well. Then we'll have the Motor Valley top table, talking about how Italian automotive excellence actually grapples with change. And after the top table, 4 important speeches. We'll start with the key topic of sustainability, thanks to a very authoritative testimony by Cristina Bombasei Brembo. Then we'll have the angle by Johannes Grüger will share with us how they see the future of mobility and some technological aspects in the market segment of the Motor Valley. Christian Richter, Google, who in the past editions already led us to discover digitalization. So we'll talk about how they are tackling the automotive business with respect to artificial intelligence and how AI might open up new opportunities in the world of distribution too. And finally, we'll open a window on the electronics world. Edoardo Merli will guide us through the world of the software platform-defined vehicles. Then we'll move to the military academy for the opening ceremony. So let's begin. Let's begin with the president of the region Emilia-Romagna, Stefano Bonaccini, who is now connected. The floor to you, President. Would you like to address to the audience in the theater?
Degli uffici della Regione Emilia-Romagna
Yes, I'm talking to you from the Emilia-Romagna headquarters in Rome because I landed in Buenos Aires for a mission. Can you hear me? Well, actually, it's a little bit jerky, but...
Mi sentite?
Can you hear me? Yes, not perfectly, actually.
Aspetti che riproviamo col computer.
Let us make another attempt. Yes, please try. Let's try now. Now, waiting for our president to be connected again, let me invite Pato Galvano, head of the Heritage Department of Emilia-Romagna. Actually, head of the Human Resources Heritage and UE Relations. Good morning, everyone. It's a huge pleasure for me to be here with you. And then after me, will hear how important for Emilia-Romagna this initiative is. Well, undoubtedly, this is a bet that has been won, for sure. Let me greet all the authorities, starting from Mayor of Modena, the President of the province, His Excellency the Prefect, and all the participants. This initiative is truly a bet that the authorities, along with the business world in our region, have won. And this was possible through the collaboration of the authorities, the region, the municipality, and the huge engagement and commitment by Moto Valley, Emilia-Romagna. This event clearly comes at a time when, unfortunately, we're still feeling we are feeling the strong impact of climate change, and we cannot escape that, and it shows how the challenge of sustainability must be tackled in the fastest and best possible way. But it is such a huge challenge that the state, the public domain cannot make it by itself. We have a very heavy debt in Italy, so there are many constraints. But even businesses cannot make it by themselves. We need a community response. And what we call the Alliance for Work and Climate in Emilia-Romagna is aimed at this. It's the attempt for a community response to the major challenges of today. So sustainability starts from the environment, but certainly includes the social and economic domains. And we must avoid a trade-off between the environment and the world of work. We cannot choose one or the other. We need environmental sustainability, and we also need to create new jobs related to it, so as to tackle it in the best possible way. Of course, it's a tough challenge, but this is it, and I think our region wants to tackle it.
Del tema che verrà affrontato qua dell'intelligenza artificiale, che anche quella entra.
Undoubtedly, AI is part of the new challenges, and it's certainly a component of the topics we're going to deal with in this event. Yeah, artificial intelligence actually stems from human intelligence. And it is starting from human intelligence that we can achieve extraordinary peaks of excellence that are well represented here in Modena and in this region. And we're called upon to tackle and win this challenge through innovation. We must combine diverse activities. Some of the investments deployed by the Moto Valley and the automotive industry interconnected with space economy shows how the world is changing. I'm referring to investments by companies like Dallara, for example. So it shows how innovation can be won through investing in new skills. And in this respect, Ms. Palma Costi has been, launched a new project, and actually the project was approved, and that must lead to a substantial investment in the startups. And venture capital is, will of course affect both the public domain as well as private businesses to help companies grow. It is indeed a huge challenge that cannot do away with the tradition of this land or the production world of this land. I think Lamborghini is celebrating its 70th anniversary. The Savion circuit is celebrating, actually achieved its 100th anniversary too. I'm referring to the big events of Gran Premio taking place 100 years ago, just to give you an idea of the very close link between the land, this territory, and the businesses operating in it. So it's really been a cross-fertilization between them. And we want to further enhance it with the help of everyone, because this challenge can only be won through cooperation between the public institutions, private businesses, and all the other actors as well. So let us thank Head of Department Galvano, and let's resume our conversation with President Bonaccini. Hello. Let's see if it works better.
Buongiorno,
Good morning.
poco fa a Roma dalla missione argentina a Buenos Aires, dove peraltro ho incontrato anche qualche azienda di quelle del settore della meccanica, dell'elettronica
some companies in the automotive business, in the components industry.
Alcune cose brevi, ho sentito Galvano che ne ha già accennate alcune.
Let me share you just a few words. I heard Mr. Galvano already hinting at some of them. I'm sorry, we can not hear. We cannot make up the meaning, I'm sorry. President, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. And I don't know if it's worth. Let's continue with the greetings by the other authorities, and let's see if we can stabilize this connection a little better. And so let's give the floor to the mayor of Modena, Giancarlo Muzzarelli. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are still together despite the weather, despite all the challenges, and we continue to be willing to meet because this is a rendezvous that the Modena community strongly wants to continue. We're looking at the future and keeping our feet well rooted in our history, because we need to tackle the challenges of our country, of Europe, of the whole world. I think sharing Modena's history, putting its history and tradition at everyone's disposal is so easy. Enzo Ferrari, Lafayette, Pavarotti were here in the theater devoted to them, so it's very easy. But of course we want to move forward. We want to move forward, nourishing our roots to build our future. To keep our head in the process of transition, of acceleration, trying not to stop, but really to govern new times and be leading actors in transformations and transitions. That's not an easy task. But we want to say that this is, and we say it proudly, this is a city of passion, of speed, but also of the slow world of agriculture, our wonderful produce. But we need speed, too, to keep pace with innovation and with the needs of politics, of institutions. Of course, all this needs governance. We have put Modena at the disposal. We're about to approve the overall master plan, We have embraced all possible sustainable mobility strategies, including innovation in close collaboration with the business world. We're so lucky in this area, the area of Modena and Bologna. We're so lucky we have the 4 key brands of the automotive business, both for motorbikes and cars. And this is an incredible competitive edge. And just think about the investments being deployed by companies, and we want this territory to contribute to be even more competitive. Of course, we're all thinking of electric vehicles, but we need to make the most beautiful electric cars in the world. We want, of course, also, we need energy. We need the right type of electricity. We need the urban infrastructures required to be able to drive electric vehicles. And we need a long-term perspective. Therefore, I'm very happy to say that our engagement vis-à-vis the challenges of innovation led to the approval of a project that through the Agency for Energy and Sustainability, together with the ERA and SNAM, together with our university and the Chamber of Commerce, a project on hydrogen has been submitted to turn Modena into a high-quality hydrogen valley. The project has been approved, will soon be producing hydrogen so as to ensure a chunk of public transport based on hydrogen. We'll start off building a hydrogen deposit in the northern part of Modena, because we want Modena to be part of the challenge of hydrogen together with other large cities like Milan. And together with the research institutions, with the universities, with innovative businesses, with the commitment not to lose jobs and guarantee labor transition to make our area even more competitive. Well, as you can see, challenges are profound, and together, of course, with the whole of the country and with the region. It's easier to work with the region of Emilia-Romagna. It's we understand each other so well, and then we share the same companies. So welcome to Modena. Thank you from the heart for your extraordinary commitment. Thank you, because we need to look ahead, but you can generate strength and the future only step by step together in the right direction. And I think we'll hear a lot about innovation and transformation, and we listen to that with great interest. We want to be there with you in the future. Take this challenge and make sure that the future continues to live here. Modena, Emilia-Romagna, and Italy must remain a reference, a benchmark all over the world for their high-quality products, their skills. So know-how. Know-how is certainly a hallmark of our city, and we want to share it with everyone else so as to build a better future. Thank you so much. Yes, we'd like to thank Mayor Muzzarelli. I'll certainly use his words for the title of my next column. Now, test number 3. President Bonaccini. So there's a connection issue here in Rome. Let's give it a try again. Otherwise, we'll just say goodbye. I hope you can hear me. Yes, what I wanted to say is very short. First, we are the true motor valley worldwide. Even in Argentina, and there I said that I was coming from the land of Ferrari, Maserati, Ducati, Lamborghini, Dallara, Pagani. where Alpha Tauri is also produced. So from a land where, I mean, when you mention these names, you can understand, everybody understands its extraordinary value. However, this land is certainly enlivened by these brands, and of course we are so proud of them. But consider also the other 16,000 companies, most of them small-size companies, giving work to 70,000 people. That's why, together with Europe, we need to agree timing and modes which do not choose environment instead of work, or vice versa, and which do not jeopardize, of course, our strategies against climate change. You know that we had recent disasters, and these disasters show us that we need to accelerate and certainly not to slow down. We must defend the reasons which ensured the region of Emilia-Romagna its leading role in mechanics in the automotive business, mechatronics. That's a leading exporting industry. The very recent data show us ranking first in exports, 19,000 euros per person, I mean, pro capita. The national average is about 10,000. This creates, of course, jobs, generates new businesses, generates wealth to be distributed, and of course, we try to play our part to redistribute wealth to those who have less. We worked so much all over these years, and this is a wonderful occasion to talk about production, transition, and of course the challenge of electric cars, of hydrogen, whatever can help us move from fossil, polluting sources, energy sources, to renewable sources. We are going to come up with 2 new observatories which can help us take a further stride forward in the field of innovation in the automotive arena. We worked, and let me greet Stefan Winkelmann, whom we found again at Lamborghini a few years ago during my first mandate. And under the Renzi government, we were able to meet involving Angela Merkel in Germany to double the plants of Lamborghini in our territory. And a few years later, the first SUV was then released. Or let me recall the tourist brand, which enables about 1 billion fans of cars and motorbikes to come and see our circuits. We are all going to wait for you, because we are the only region in the world boasting the Grand Prix Formula 1, Superbike, MotoGP worldwide, 2 different circuits, but also in terms of tourist offer. We have about over 30 museums. So no one can boast that number of museums and that quality worldwide. And let us not mention the hundreds of events and the opening of these companies to fans. So that's quite extraordinary for those who, of course, who love cars and motorbikes. I'd like to thank Claudio Domenicali, the managing director of Ducati, and before him, and those before him, for the extraordinary work to enhance the Motor Ballet brand. And Bonaire, the only case university, motor vehicle university of Emilia-Romagna, where since a few years the major corporations along in Emilia-Romagna and with the major universities, including Modena and Reggio Emilia, guarantee and offer some masters in English, attracting talents from all over the world. We've just approved an act, the very first one in Italy, to attract talents from abroad to Emilia-Romagna. So that will mean cutting costs for companies, recruiting them, bonuses for nursery schools, and other bonuses to attract talents that we need. And let me also thank Andrea Pontremoli, the managing director of Dallara, leading this Motor Valley Fest with great experience and high quality. So all of this has strengthened our presence in the automotive industry, and undoubtedly I also want to mention last December the launch of the supercomputer Leonardo that in the Tecnopolo of Bologna is the fourth in Europe in terms of computing power. It's the fourth actually at a world level. And just a few days ago, we heard that we obtained the 11th university of the UN to be located in the Tecnopolo, the very first one in the Mediterranean area, dealing with not just climate change, but also AI and transition. Digital transition and robotic transformation. Things will help this sector a lot in taking its challenges. It's not by chance if we are the only region in the world that bears the name of a road, and that through that road, history was then collected and narrated through the automotive industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bonaccini. I'm going to give the floor to the President of Union Camera, Mr. Andrea Prete. Thank you so much. I've been a subscriber to Quattro Rotte for 30 years. I am passionate about cars and bikes. I was an Autosprint reader when I was young, and so I'm glad to be here today. It's an honor to be here today. I attend many congresses, but I'm so happy to be here for the opening of the Motor Valley Fest. I'm so satisfied because here we can see skills, organization, intelligence, and passion. And passion is key in this particular industry and in this particular area. This is the area of Ferrari, Lamborghini, Ducati, Dallara. So this is a very important moment. I'm so satisfied to be here. Giuseppe Malinari is the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Modena that contributed to this organization. I've heard what Mr. Bonaccini has just said. Italy is a reactive country when it faces challenges. After years of stagnation, COVID came, and then we reacted. We reacted better than anyone else. Our GDP has increased a lot. We are the best performance in Europe. And in terms of the energy crisis, a couple of months ago, we were so worried about winter. But we reacted quickly and very efficiently. We reduced the purchase of gas from Russia from 40% to 10%. So we know how to tackle challenges. We know how to seize opportunities, but there are limits in Italy. And as Union Camera, we are committed to several topics, namely digital transition. We contributed to more than 1,000 small and medium-sized enterprises in Italy. We help them in terms of green transition. We are promoting renewables and we are promoting energy efficiency, because this energy crisis taught us how to use our energy properly and how to make our plants more effective. But there is always room for improvement, and we should cut red tape. We must become energy independent. In order to do that, we needed to increase our energy production capacity. This is why we should invest in renewables. In 2018, in Italy, 1,000 projects were presented for renewables, and only 9% of these projects have been authorized so far because of red tape. And this is the starting point. This is what we should do. We must make businesses' lives easier. We do need rules, but we need to be more efficient and quicker so that we can create new job opportunities. The actual problem we should tackle is making citizens' and businesses' lives easier, because we should forget about the suspicion culture and we should embrace the responsibility and accountability culture. And then there is something else I'd like to share with you. We should attract talents from foreign countries. During the pandemic, it was impossible to lay off people. But now we can't find the people we need for the jobs that are offered. There is a mismatch between training and businesses' needs, and this worries us. As the Union of Chambers of Commerce, we do have figures about job opportunities, and on average, businesses can't find one person out of two. This is why we should train young people. We should train them professionally so that they can find a job. We need to train managers too. This is what we should do. This is the only way to create jobs. It takes 4-5 months for a company to find somebody for a job opening, and this costs us 38 billion of GDP. So we should cut red tape and we should train young people and workers. As Union of Chambers of Commerce, we certified skills, and we are ready to identify the training sessions that young people need. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prete, the President of Union Camera. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Tarikani, who is the Deputy Head of Italy for UniCredit Bank. Good afternoon. Good morning, sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of UniCredit. We are happy to be here. It's an honor for us to be a partner of the Motor Valley Festival because this is not a marketing initiative to us. This is a tangible way to implement our business plan and our strategy. UniCredit believes that a winning model for a bank entails proximity, being closer to citizens and businesses, increasing decision-making locally, and being an active and proactive partner in transforming our society in local areas. The new geopolitical context has increased these phenomena. There are huge transformation processes in local areas where there are the right ecosystems to do that, while the challenges for markets are global. Italy businesses are very efficient. They proved to be resilient after the COVID, crisis, and the energy crisis. And the COVID, Italian businesses are resilient, adaptive. Default rates are lower for businesses in Italy than in other countries, but we need something else. What do we need? We need new investments in order to make progresses and to ensure transformation. We are working with our partners in Modena with the Motor Valley Accelerator. This is a great example that combines skills, people, investments. It is the right context to start innovative processes that are possible only here because we are in the Motor Valley. But this is a format that is meant for people from all over the world and businesses all over the world. 16 startups have made it so far. 10 new startups are being created, and we do believe in this model, and this is why we have replicated this accelerator in Turin and in Verona. This kind of experience is key in order to accelerate our transformation, and this transformation should take place very soon. We should focus on other topics too. We should be future-oriented. We should focus on sustainability and green approaches. But this is not the future, this is the present, and a bank should change the way it supports these processes. So this is why we are part of these developments, because the banking industry plays a key role from this point of view, and it should be proactive in changing the way it supports these transformation processes through credits. And I'm referring to digital transformation, technological transformation, and green transformation. A bank should change its approach in terms of consulting as well. Italy is very strong in terms of citizens' savings, and citizens' savings should be invested in green transition. So this is how we support these transformations. We give and we receive. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Tarikani from Eurocredit. Time has come for our McKinsey speech. This is a traditional moment of the opening of the Motor Valley Fest. So I'd like to ask Mr. Andreas Konat to come here. He's a senior partner, and Michele Bertoncello, who is a partner. Please, you have the floor. I thought that they would come from here, but they're coming from the back. The floor is yours.
Yes, so thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I and my colleague Michele Bertoncello, we are very pleased to be able to speak to you at the Motor Valley Festival today and in this impressive Teatro Pavarotti in front of this impressive audience. So thanks a lot for having us. As you have heard, my name is Andreas Konat. I'm from Munich in Germany. And together with my dear Italian colleague Michele, we want to speak about emotional mobility. I think that's the reason why you are all here. Emotional mobility is something which is close to the heart of all of us. And I would go so far to say that the superior emotionality of European cars, but particularly the cars and the motorcycles and other products from the Motor Valley, is probably the key ingredient for the superior success. And with the entire mobility industry currently being reinvented, as we already have heard in many aspects in the opening by several people, it will be very, very crucial, and that's our joint opinion, to preserve this mobility. I think this emotionality, sorry for that. I think the key questions to ask are, how can an autonomous car be emotional? How can an electric engine be as emotional, if at all, as a V8 or V12 engine? And how can a digital sales channel be emotional? These are the questions Michele and myself want to talk about. And we will very often talk about luxury mobility and luxury cars as a proxy for that, because we all agree there's a high overlap between emotional mobility and luxury mobility. To start and go into it, Michele and myself would like to share 5 quotes which we think are really on the essence of emotional mobility, luxury mobility, and let's see if you can figure out from whom those quotes are. And I'll start with the first one. And the first one is basically on the importance to have a leading edge product. And the quote is, you can read it, "If one does not fail at times, then one has not challenged himself." Any idea who could be the author of that quote? Any idea? Yeah, you're all shy, but I'll show you the solution. It's basically from Ferdinand Porsche, and everybody knows him. But I think what not everybody knows, that he in 1901 invented the first hybrid car, the loaner Porsche. So the electric vehicle has already been there a long time. The second quote is basically on the importance of quality versus price. And I think that's an important issue, important topic for luxury mobility. And you can read the quote, "Quality is remembered long after the price is forgotten." Any idea? This one is more easy because it's an Italian gentleman. Again, no answers. It's Aldo Gucci. And I think it's an important thing to look at whenever we are dealing with emotional mobility. The second one is on early adopters. So what's the essence of early adopters, early customers? And the quote reads, "My first customer was a lunatic. My second had a death wish." Like, talking about that early adopters are sometimes really willing to suffer a lot. And this one is from Carl Benz when talking about the first people who were willing to drive with his cars, which back then was still pretty dangerous. The next one is on generations. What's the importance and the difference of generations of customers? And I'll dive a little bit into that later. But the quote is, "Generation Z starts buying luxury on average at 15 years old versus 23 to 25 years of previous generations, which, for instance, are the millennials." This one is from Kristen Gall. She is basically the president of Rakuten Awards program. And last but not least, I think a gentleman who must not miss here. It's about basically going against the odds if you're really convinced to do something. And the quote is, "When something is important enough, you do it, even if the odds are not in your favor." And this one can only be from Elon Musk, as you're seeing here. So much as an introduction. Let's go into it. And you will not be surprised that Michele and myself prepared to somewhat a structured presentation. And I want to start talking about 6 structural changes we are seeing to influence emotional mobility and luxury mobility. And again, I'm very pleased to recognize that many of the topics, of course, have been mentioned in the opening by many of the gentlemen sitting here in the first row. So I want to talk about, first of all, what about the customer mix and the customer preferences of the future? How are they changing and what does it mean? I'll talk, of course, about sustainability, but more from a perceptual way, like what does it mean for brands? What about sustainability positioning? We have to look at capital markets, of course. I'll briefly talk about artificial intelligence. We have Christian Richter sitting somewhere there, and he will really focus on that later. We, of course, talk about powertrain mix and how it is evolving. And, we cannot, go out without talking about China. And then after that, Michele will talk about some volatility factors in the second part of the presentation. So let's start. And if we look at the market for luxury mobility, for luxury vehicles, in 2030, it will almost be a market of 1,000 billion euros. So it's a huge market. If you want to understand the trends, from our perspective, it makes a lot of sense to look at the entire luxury segment, so not only cars and mobility. And what we are seeing here, and you see that on this chart, that there is a significant change on the essence of branding and the essence of luxury. And you see on the left-hand side, it used to be very much luxury as a badge of status. It was about social praise getting from the brands. It was about a conspicuous consumption, so very obvious, very noisy consumptions. And it was about an ad hoc shopping mindset. If you talk to branding and luxury experts, what they are saying the new luxury is all about, it's more about self-expression. Yeah, this is important. It's about culture and cultural credibility. Brands have to have an authenticity. It's about a more conscious consumption. And of course, it's an always-on shopping mindset. And if you ask the expert, okay, give me some examples. What are the brands standing for the right-hand side? The examples you are getting are, for instance, a Louis Vuitton men's fashion being led by Virgil Abloh, and then after his death, Pharrell Williams, or by corporations between, for instance, Gucci and Adidas, or Louis Vuitton and Nike. And so I think for automotive, it will be very, very important to understand these new customers, by really being close to them. And you see the quote, maybe even putting them in front of the designer. If we talk a bit more about the purchasing channel, how are you selling luxury products? What is very obvious from all kinds of surveys, and you see it here, is that personalization is key, is very, very important, becoming more and more important. And there's one survey saying that even in luxury, where people are paying a lot for products, there's a willingness to pay a premium for personalization, with 36% of the customers. And there's very many examples, again, from other areas of luxury where companies are starting to approach customers directly using WhatsApp. So yes, acting in the digital age, but in a very personal way. So that will be interesting to understand. One thing which is driving all this is the change in the structure of customers. And I think everybody is aware with the different titles for the generations. Unfortunately, I'm not in the blue area anymore. I'm more like Generation X. But what you are seeing is that the millennials are already today the largest share of the spending for luxury products. Again, we are talking luxury as a whole, not automotive yet. And this will go up to 50% in the year of 2025. So again, for your reminder, millennials are the people born between 1980 and 1995. So you know my age a little bit now. And what is special about them is, of course, they are technology natives. They are used to online sales. They are open for online sales. And they have a rather low brand loyalty, And if you talk about the attitudes they are having, there's three things sticking out. They really like those collaborations. I mentioned already Gucci and Adidas, or Louis Vuitton and Nike. They are more open to second-hand luxury. So buying and selling luxury products, resale value, is more important than for other generations. Not only for price reasons, but also because they want to get this access to limited products. And if they cannot get them directly, they're open to buy them secondhand. And of course, like the most important topic, sustainability. And like this millennials, 62% are saying, of them are saying they would prefer a brand or a product with a superior sustainability image. So this is a thing very important for them. If we're looking, this is of course a lot about high net worth individuals and ultra high net worth individuals. What we are seeing that increasingly there is a group of the self-made new rich people, like with a background, for instance, in tech or in life science, which could be entrepreneurs and so on. And what is also important from our perspective is to really understand what are their preferences and what are their attitudes, because they can be very different from other people in other generations. I already talked about sustainability a bit, and if we are now switching from the millennials to the Generation Z, which is basically the generation thereafter, we are seeing the sustainability is even more important. You see here that 82% of the shoppers of luxury brands really care for sustainability a lot and prefer brands with sustainable images and products. And you can see from the two numbers that this sustainability is more important for luxury customers and is more important for young customers. So the more luxury, the younger, the more important sustainability is. Important takeaway. If we are not now making a step back and come back to automotive, so now we are not talking luxury as a whole anymore, we are talking automotive. And let's take a capital market perspective for a moment, and we heard something about capital market perspective. Then we have to say that automotive is pretty much undervalued or not valued that high on the stock market. You see here a chart, it's a bit complicated. You see the blue one, that's basically automotive. You see it's a very narrow column. That's because the overall market cap of automotive is rather low, and you can compare it with all the other industries shown there, for instance, high tech or advanced electronics or pharma, which have altogether, all the companies have a higher valuation. But you can also see that most recently, and this is showing 22 numbers, the total return to shareholders has also gone down for automotive. So automotive is less highly valued and has been more hit most recently. So of course, an important question is, what is driving the valuation of automotive? What could increase the valuation? And we are taking a short look on this chart where you see basically a comparison about the market capitalization of all the automotive industry on the left-hand side in 2017 compared to the beginning of this year, and you see where the change is coming from. And the interesting thing is that basically the two important things which are driving increased stock market valuation are disruptions. Yeah, you see the blue one, that's basically Tesla and all the other electric vehicle new entrants, which are basically increasing valuation. Of course, a large portion of that is Tesla. And you see like the battery suppliers and a little bit of semicon. All that is connected to the new stuff. To be fair, I think we have to admit, or we have to say, that if you look into this black box there where we have passenger cars, which overall is a reduction of $140 billion. If you basically zoom into that, you will find out that also there, you know, of course, we have elements which are increasing. And again, we are back to luxury mobility. We are back also to the Motor Valley, because what's driving positive valuation there is, for instance, Porsche, is, for instance, Ferrari, with a very, very high market capitalization. So you can see that also, in addition to disruption, emotional mobility is driving market cap and is a very important element. Just as a side note, I just discovered when reading this presentation yesterday night, if you look at the entire capital market valuation of automotive, you see this number, 2,752 billion euro. That's almost exactly the market cap of Apple. Yeah? So Apple is basically valued on the stock market as high as almost the entire automotive industry. Interesting thing. I think we certainly have to talk about artificial intelligence, about generative AI, which is basically, since ChatGPT, everybody's talking about it. And Christian is the expert, he'll go deep into that. But just a couple of examples from automotive. You see it there, like GM, for instance, is using generative AI as to enhance the experience in the car, so that you don't have to look in a clumsy owner's manual if you want to do something, you just ask the car. Yeah? SoundHound, for instance, which is basically a company in speech recognition, there you can basically ask your car or ask the SoundHound engine, can you help me plan a fun day of hiking in San Francisco? Yeah, so really like advanced support you are getting. And what NVIDIA is doing, what they call it Strive, it's basically an engine which is generating possible accidents, which then the self-driving algorithm of the car can try out and can check whether it could cope with the situation. So this is very important, and I talked about personalization like 5 minutes ago, which is being very important. I think we have to ask the question, as automotive industry, how could generative AI play a role here? And just again, an interesting fact is, I read a study the other day where basically they used patients, like medical patients, which were asking questions on a platform. And those questions were answered by ChatGPT on the one side and real-life medical doctors on the other side. And then basically they surveyed the patient, what's your feedback? And sorry, my wife is a medical doctor as well, but 79% preferred the answer from ChatGPT. And one reason they were giving, the main reason, was higher empathy. So they were giving higher empathy to ChatGPT against the medical doctors. You might say, okay, maybe it was a bad selection of medical doctors. Yes, I understand, but it's something which is making us think. I think, of course, we have to talk about powertrain technologies. And this is not a technical talk. We are talking more about like how our customers looking at it. And of course, you have like countless projection how e-mobility will increase until 2030. And yes, of course it will increase. Yes, of course we'll have a high share of electric drives, may it be fuel cell, may it be battery, may it be hybrid in 2030, no doubt about that. For me, whether this 2035 plan to get rid of combustion engines, I'm not sure whether this will work out, talking about charging, talking about energy, talking about battery materials, all that stuff. So, for me, the proof is still out, in spite of the European Union having made these decisions. What is interesting, if you come back to luxury cars and, of course, sports cars, super sports cars, we did own research showing that 40% of all luxury car customers would be very open to e-mobility, 40%. Nevertheless, this is only half of the truth because there's a remaining 60%. And in this segment, there might be people saying the emotion I get from a combustion engine, I cannot get from electric cars. And maybe they just don't want it, maybe even in 2030, 2035, 2040. The good news is, as you all know that the European Union is planning to allow e-fuels, synthetic fuels. Yeah, I think this decision is kind of taken. The question is, how will it work? Yeah. So, but I think last year I was asked about e-fuels. I could say, no decision yet. This year we have a decision, and there will be something like e-fuels. I think that's for sure. The question is, how will it look like, and will it be more than a niche application? The last topic before I hand over to Michele can only be China. And I think latest, since people came back from the Shanghai Motor Show last month, nobody can ignore Chinese cars anymore. And you see some pictures here. I have not been at Shanghai Motor Show this year. I have been there at Shanghai and Beijing, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. If you just look at the difference, it's just mind-blowing. And I think there is cars among the Chinese cars which are starting to have something like emotion, starting to be emotional. And just a couple of examples. You see, for instance, the Lotus Eletre, which is basically a Geely to a large extent, which has been selected to be the top gear car of the year 2022. Yeah? Of course, we are talking about NIO, which is starting to really develop something like a premium appearance, also having this interesting concept of the exchangeable battery, as you all know. And you might make the point, yes, this is all, they are there, but are they selling? But if you look, for instance, at MG, which is also a Chinese brand which has been adopted from the original English brand, they're really, having, I would say, kind of impressive market shares already, even in Europe. So this is happening, it's there. And if we look at the trends which could be observed at Shanghai Motor Show, I just want to mention 5 things very briefly. The first one is really, if you just look at the pictures and look how crowded the booths and the stands at Shanghai Motor Show were, you see there was a lot of attention for the Chinese, and the European brands sometimes were even a bit deserted. We see Chinese OEMs and suppliers to be very, very innovative. Just if we look at CATL and energy density for batteries, for instance, or self-driving algorithms, it's just mind-blowing. And all the people who have been to Shanghai, not even having been there for maybe even 3 years due to the pandemic, we're really impressed when coming back, seeing that there's level 4 driving in action. Yeah. The OEMs are also taking very innovative paths. So for instance, BYD has a very high vertical integration, a little bit like Tesla, going really a different way than most other OEMs. We also see that Chinese players are moving up in really high price segments. So the BYD Yangwang is basically the first car, Chinese car, being above 1 million renminbi, which is really, really high for a Chinese car, not necessarily for non-Chinese cars, but for a Chinese it is. And last but not least, we see with all the multinationals going there, that everybody is really focusing on what's happening in China. So it's important to keep an eye on them, even from an emotional and luxury mobility perspective. So much, a couple of thoughts on some structural changes. You see them again here. And with that, I would like to hand over to Michele. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. So Andreas spoke widely about these structural shifts that are happening. But obviously, after COVID, not only structural shifts, but volatility became one of the factors to reckon with. Geopolitical challenges that we're living every day, supply chain disruptions related to semiconductors and raw material prices being extremely volatile are really challenging companies and challenging brands in responding. And when we think about emotional mobility, obviously, we also witness a huge number of new players entering the arena, right? We are seeing new brands trying to capture the luxury opportunity. We are seeing old brands that have not been present in the hyper luxury space trying to capture some of that demand and some of that economic potential. So together with all these shifts and with all these volatility related factors, obviously a set of considerations must be made. The first is that decision making is harder than ever, right? It's harder than ever because a lot of uncertainty is present, and these volatility-related factors make hard to make committed investment decisions for companies. The second element is that in this highly volatile environment, it is critical to identify some anchor points for brands and for companies to build the strategy and execute the strategy flawlessly. And the underlying factor to all of this is to understand the customers, right? Understanding the customers and even driving what customers want has been one of the characteristics that Motor Valley brands had since the very inception of the segment. So understanding the customers should be really a very positive premise, right? And something to base the strategy of new brands upon, right? And that should be easy. You listen to customers and you see what they think about new cars. Too bad that when you listen to customers and when you look online, not necessarily the type of messages you get are necessarily in line with the new trends, electrification being one. But if you were to check about memes on autonomy and connectivity, you would find probably the same type of noise and tone. So really, three anchor points we believe are going to be absolutely critical and need to evolve over time for emotional mobility brands. The first is the brand per se. The second is the experience that these brands provide to their customers. And the third is related to technology and capabilities. When we think about brand and how we expect brands to evolve to better fit times and better fit the demands of the customers of the future, the first element is around how price used to define luxury. Just by virtue of having a car being priced over 400,000, 500,000 euros, 20 years ago, you would automatically be classified within the luxury bucket. Going forward, and already today, the value of authenticity is really becoming critical. Being authentic, being able to tell a story, being able to explain why a brand is valuable, why certain attributes of a car are rooted in a region, in the DNA, in the Italian DNA, in our case, is increasingly important. Racing has always been a critical aspect, and obviously, actually, racing almost preceded sports cars in automotive history, and typically winning was good enough to get visibility. But today, and especially in the future, winning alone and having someone on a racetrack on the other side of the world is not necessarily enough to engage customers. Customers today expect more. They expect to be part of that experience. In different shape or form, not everyone will want to go on a racetrack, but definitely we're seeing more and more brands understanding that they need to create a daily link and an opportunity for customers to feel like race car drivers themselves on racetracks, because on open roads with safety regulations and speed controls is increasingly dangerous and illegal. But building these moments creates memories for customers that are absolutely essential, and brands need to structurally plan for these experiences to be deployed. The third aspect regarding the brand was that brands were entirely defined by their products. The brand and the car, the brand and the product were absolutely overlapping. Today, the definition of the brand and the brand perimeter is shifting towards much more of a customer-centric view, right? Where the definition of the brand is everything that the consumer, the buyer, or the fan live. If you don't have the money to buy a luxury car, but still you want to be engaged, the brand for you is what you can watch on YouTube, is what you can find on your app, is what you can read about. And there is monetization potential for brands, even in that. And for car owners, just having a car, but not having a platform to share your passion with your friends, not being able to talk to the brand is not good enough anymore. So the brand evolves, but equally the experience evolves, and we already started touching upon some of these topics. The vehicle used to be the experience, but as of today, the vehicle is at the center of a much broader array of offerings. Tours, driving courses, appreciation courses, museum offering, which is absolutely amazing and unparalleled in the Motor Valley, become integral part of the experience that customers want to live. From an experiential standpoint, in the past, even for the most luxurious brands in the world, the sale and service touchpoint, the dealer, was in reality the only connection between the brand and the customer. And as we will see later, this created a total disconnect. These sales and service client touchpoints also had the characteristic of happening once every 3 years, 4 years. Either you were going to buy a car or a motorcycle, or it broke down and you needed service, or otherwise you wouldn't have any type of direct dialogue with the brand. Today, the expectations, not only of younger generations, but even of Generation X, you may confirm, Andreas, is to have daily touch points with the brand, powered by technology, powered sometimes by artificial intelligence or supported by artificial intelligence, but the expectation of a customer is to engage on a constant basis with the brand and their passion. And if a brand is unable to provide that, that customer will spend their time engaging with something else. It doesn't mean necessarily a different car or motorcycle brand. They might engage with a different passion, like sailing or skiing or anything else. But if you don't provide your customers the possibility to interact with the brand on a daily basis, they will interact with someone else or something else. And that's a lost opportunity. And last but not least, we already mentioned the role of the dealers, but franchise dealers in the past were basically a black box for brands. What happened at the touch point? Did the customer have a good or bad interaction? Is the customer pissed off with the brand or not? The brand wouldn't have a way of knowing unless some customer would actively complain to the brand, which was very rare. As of today, there is the need to meet the customer halfway and in different places. We see increasingly luxury brands thinking about different store formats, direct ownership of certain sales channels, and in general, needing to create a transparency in terms of what is happening at the dealership. Because for customers today, if they are pissed off with one single interaction, they consider absolutely non-acceptable the fact that the brand doesn't react appropriately. And the last dimension is technology and capabilities. And this we know super well. The world of emotional mobility started with its roots strongly tied to mechanical engineering. And obviously, Emilia-Romagna and the Motor Valley has been really the cradle of some of the greatest engineers in history in mechanical engineering. But obviously, as of today, the technological domains that are required to be mastered expand significantly towards electronics, towards software, towards artificial intelligence. And I think that President Bonaccini mentioned the supercomputer, mentioned the university related to artificial intelligence. These are amazing opportunities to stay ahead of these trends. And staying ahead is absolutely critical because the inflow of investments in these domains all around the world is absolutely enormous. And when Andreas was mentioning China earlier, when we look at where the technological frontier today is in the world, for most of those technologies, it's in China. And it's an area that we should be looking at just with the same amount of attention as we're looking at Silicon Valley on some of these verticals. And last but not least, many of our brands used to work in isolation. The whole development process was focused on what could be done in-house within the perimeter of the company. Going forward with software, with services, with digital touch points, but even with highly complex electrification-related technology, this is no longer possible. Development requires the creation and the collaboration, the creation of an ecosystem and the continuous collaboration with suppliers. This is not easy, and this is not easy for us, because Italy, whether we like it or not, is not at the center of critical ecosystems related to battery technology, related to software, related to connectivity. Our brands need to go out and be truly global and establish these networks on a global scale. We cannot wait for the local suppliers, but at the same time, we need to believe that our suppliers will very quickly catch up and stay on top of these challenges. Otherwise, the simple fact will be that the brand is going to be Italian, and 95% of the technology that is inside that vehicle, let it be a motorcycle or a car, is going to come from somewhere else. And if the technology comes from somewhere else, added value will also come from somewhere else. So in synthesis, we already mentioned how these three anchor points, the brand, the experience, and technology and capabilities, will have to evolve. But if we were to bring it all together, in closing, we try to summarize it in terms of a change of vision, right? Where the entire emotional mobility industry has been focused for decades on one KPI, which is kilometers per hour, speed. Speed as a unique indicator of success, of prowess of a product, and of differentiation vis-a-vis the competition. With the trends that Andreas mentioned about how consumers are changing and the broadening of the scope of what is important for the customers of the future, we feel that the focus will inevitably have to shift from a purely technical parameter that is speed to providing unforgettable emotions to customers. That's related to a fast vehicle, but that's also related to amazing experiences that you live, that is related to moments of interaction between the dealer and the customer, the brand and the customer. It's related to merchandising. It's related to the enjoyment of driving experiences on open road and outside of the road. But ultimately, we do feel that we will go from measuring the success of a company in terms of kilometers an hour as a synthetic indicator to the number of unforgettable emotions that they can provide to their customer in each hour of the day. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie. Grazie ancora.
Thank you very much. Well, an enlightening presentation and certainly very, very relevant. Well, as you can see, they're setting up the stage because another traditional appointment at the opening of our Motor Valley Fest is the top table. Well, we'll try and touch upon a number of topics, some of them already touched upon, some others new. Well, this is quite an amazing panel, which certainly embodies the Motor Valley Fest. Let me introduce the guests. Let's begin with Andrea Pontemoli, CEO of Dallara Automobili. Please choose your seats. All right. Claudio Domenicali, CEO of Ducati Motor Holding. Livia Cevolini, CEO of Energica. Hello. Andrea Antichi, Chief Manufacturing Officer of Ferrari. Stefan Winkelmann, CEO of Lamborghini. Davide Grasso, CEO of Maserati. And last but not least, Hannes Zanon, Commercial Director of Pagani Automobili. Please take a seat. Well, we learned about Corbellati 1.2 cc's. Well, I didn't know about it, but it was presented in Geneva in 2018. It was never produced because they realized that in the meantime they had better choose an electric car rather than a petrol car to ensure that performance. Andrea. Well, Dallara last year celebrated its 50th anniversary, and I'm so proud to say that Quattroruoto participated in all your celebrations at Varano with a whole range of meetings and top-level meetings. During those meetings, of course, we talked about the history of Dallara and the forthcoming 50 years with a view to the transformations the automotive business is going through. However, listening to the presentation by McKinsey, let me ask you this question. Well, they said at the end of the presentation that Italy runs the risk of being left aside, given this transition is controlled by other economies, let's say. Is the risk there, in your opinion? The Italian automotive industry, the component industry, the supply chain, are they making ready to tackle this challenge? What a good question. Yes, good morning, everyone. First of all, congratulations to McKinsey, because it's truly been a nice presentation. When looking at it, I was thinking that here in Motor Valley, we've got all the pieces of the puzzle. So it's up to us, the people in the audience, to put them together. Emotions, tracks, the technologies, the range of suppliers. So I can really speak, of course, in those shoes. Undoubtedly, the whole network is becoming transformed, and so far we've been the strength, actually, of the whole system. Why are we here in this region? Well, we owe it to the founders of these brands and to how the brands were able to actually champion this value all over the world. But also, we must consider that they can count on 16,000 companies which actually supply some of the technologies. Undoubtedly, the highest risk for all of us is to remain still. We shouldn't run that risk. We must move in some direction. And if I look at our company, well, basically, we are moving along three main directions. Our history, we're not that interested in powertrains because our task is to use the energy in the best possible way, whether it's electricity, petrol, hydrogen, whatever. That's not important, but efficiency is turned into performance. And if I look at it from the point of view of the races, it becomes time. If I look at it from the point of view of road cars, it means lower emissions and lower consumption. If I use the energy in the most efficient way, that will be the result. And so we are focusing on lightweight, especially carbon fibers, but not just that. No doubt the space challenge is another key factor when we celebrate our 50th anniversary. Sorry, space. Space, actually, the space industry. Yes, we want to go to the space because we want to embrace that industry because space solutions will certainly help solutions down here on Earth. Again, efficiency with respect to it, and finally simulations through supercomputers and artificial intelligence, etc., to simulate consumption in terms of time and fuel. And this is the fastest developing area. We are devoting dozens of people working on digital twins, because to be innovative, I learned it from Mr. Dallara all the time. I mean, to be innovative, you must be able to make mistakes. If you can't make mistakes, you only do what you know. You're conservative. However, as an entrepreneur, what if I keep on making mistakes and, how not to go bankrupt? Yeah, the trick is to do it in the virtual world, building digital twins to correlate a mathematical model with reality and then do experiments. A longer car, a lighter car, look at the result and then move to production. Well, that area is having a huge development, is going through huge developments, and it makes us work together, because I might develop the mathematical models of carbon fibers, but I need the mathematical model of an internal combustion engine or electric engine or tires or brakes or all these things, and this will compel us to work together even more through a sort of competition. Or on Saturdays, I jog, even if you wouldn't guess that. And I realized if I do that with friends, I can do more. If I go on my own, I stop at the first difficulties. If we can work together, helping each other move forward, it will work. And we should, of course, bring our customers here, bring them here in our Motor Valley. They live the experience. What McKinsey said, they can do it. And then they'll choose the brand which is as close as possible to their DNA, because each customer has a DNA. And here we have brands reflecting its different aspects. There isn't one brand better than another one. There are just very diverse brands reflecting different lifestyles and or what we heard from McKinsey. All right, let's move to Ducati, dating back to 1926, just slightly older than the latter. Of course, motorbikes are facing different trends, but electrification is affecting their business too. And indeed, Ducati is investing quite a lot. And I'm thinking of the Borgo Panigale development. And here's my question. Well, since here again, of course, races are a sort of laboratory for new solutions, when are we going to see true important volumes of electric motorbikes? Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Well, this is a vast and complicated question. There's a political correct answer. We just want the truth. So there's an answer close to the truth. We can't tell the whole of it. So let's try and be close to it, or as close as possible. I also loved McKinsey's presentation. It was pretty thorough and certainly outlined a competitive scenario which is so complex. A scenario where our potential customers in the top segment for Ducati, it's not pure luxury, but it's the upper premium segment before luxury, and in certain markets like China, the States, they are sensitive to playing our part in decarbonization. This is very clear to us, and we embraced it in our strategies. However, unlike the world of cars, there are no regulations. Well, for cars, of course, it's a fleet CO2 issue, of course, with different approaches, but it's very clear to everyone. And then the cutoff, it's a kind of, it's neither a yes nor a no, but there's no legislation for the moment. So whatever is done for electric motorbikes, it's a spontaneous decision by the company that wants to meet customers' wishes. Do you remember the X generation, the Z generation, etc.?
And then there are products and available technology. What we can do with this technology, and not all products have the same needs. An SUV is different from a sports car, or a supercar, or a city car, or a motorbike, or a plane. It is impossible to electrify planes right now because it would be impossible to have a battery for a plane. So why are we envisaging e-bikes? Because we want to understand what it is all about. We want to walk the talk. We want to make mistakes. As Andrea has just said, we want to understand what the limit is. And this is a challenge that we are tackling, and I'd like to thank Livia and Energica because they are the trailblazers here, and we are trying to ensure this transformation in bikes as well. And what we focus on is performance, because what we're interested in is passion. I rode that bike. It was such an emotional ride. But we need the right battery, and I'm sure that the product will be viable and our customers will like it. what's the problem. Today, a bike has specific needs. 220 kilos, for instance. So there are constraints, there are limits in terms of weight. And we have improved compared to the past, but it's not enough. When will a mass production bike be available? It depends. It depends on the evolution of batteries. We do have a clear plan. We are in the progress of developing a number of prototypes, but there's a maximum weight that is considered acceptable, and I'm referring to sport bikes. Then we have urban mobility bikes like our Scramble, which will be different. As for emotional mobility, this means lateral accelerations that are possible with limited weight. And this is why we all focus on hybrid products and not full electric products. When will batteries evolve? Research is ongoing. Lithium is going to play a key role for quite a long time, but chemistry is not a software and it is not hardware. Lithium has its own roadmap. We can't force it. We are part of the Volkswagen Group. There's a research center. There are many technologies. Even if they focus on bigger cars, while we are for smaller products. There are solid-state batteries that should be 30, 40, 50% more efficient, but we're still in the experimental development stage. So my question is, it depends. Let's move to Energica. Energica is part of an American group. Please give Livia the mic. So what is the role of Energica in this big group? R&D, maybe? Regardless of avionics, Energica has its own specific role. In the Motor Valley, we basically focused on awareness and skills. We have shown that it is possible to be present in the market with a cutting-edge electric product and skills because we have been focused on e-vehicles for 13 years. This is our role. We are opening up to other industries. We have a new business unit because we wanted to make our technology available to the ship industry and the plane industry, so naval and space industries. Energica was first. Energica is a trailblazer. Energica has its own role to play, and we want to play this role in the future as well. We're still small, we know that. We're still a startup, but we can do so much, specifically because we are part of the Motor Valley with its incredible talents, unique technologies, a unique supply chain too. So I agree with Andrea. We need to work together to develop the main drivers of the Motor Valley: talents, training, supply chain, skills, and we should keep on showing the world that we are the best in any field we operate in. Let's go back to cars. Lamborghini. It was said several times, Lamborghini is turning 60. McKinsey has introduced a very important topic: emotional mobility. This is a new term. They said the product is important, but the experience is important too. Customer experience, how the customer experiences the product. How can we combine product and experience? McKinsey talked about supercars and sport cars tomorrow. Lamborghini has history, a brand, values, and a strategy. Our product accounts for 99% of the success of a company. Our product is about design and performance, emotional performance. And then distribution. Distribution shouldn't be that visible, but should be everywhere. And then we should offer what money can buy. This is why if you create a club, it's great. We get people together, people who share the same interests and the same passion. For our 16th anniversary, there will be the Giro Lamborghini, inspired by the Giro d'Italia Tour of Italy from 24th to 27th of May. And it's going to be a very important event, 150 cars, 150 customers will drive along us on Italian roads. And this is very important to underline how crucial creating a club is, a club that includes people all over the world, through our dealers, of course, but through other touch points outside dealerships. And all over the world, we have some showrooms where we organize events. One is located in New York, one is located in Tokyo, another one was present in Qatar during the Football World Championship. And we want customized touch points with our customers. We are a small company, 180 dealers, 2,000 people. We still invite customers to visit our museum, to set up their cars. So personalization, customization is key, as McKinsey said. It's important to own something original, something that stands out, something that your neighbor doesn't own. This is how we can grow in volume. There's something else I like to add. When we talk about luxury, excellence, and made in Italy, I like to point out what we do here in the Motor Valley. It is not luxury as in luxury accessories or clothes, because we have high R&D costs, long-term development projects. There are different laws to be complied with all over the world. Electrification, CO2 reduction are just a couple of topics we must deal with. And production costs are high, material costs are high, so luxury is not just about the price tag. Luxury is the outcome of investments, of what we invest in products and in their life cycle. We do all this to reinvest in the future, to be ready to tackle the challenges of the future. And customers should embrace this history. They should understand what we do, regardless of products and events. Our values, our credibility are very important, and this is essential for the Motor Valley as well, especially for the next years, which are very challenging. Lamborghini presented its financial results. Excellent. But I should ask this question. What about going public? Are you going public or not? No, it's not in the plans. There's a company, Maserati, that has already created e-vehicles. Maserati is undergoing a transformation. Maserati has already presented its models, Gran Turismo and Grecale Folgore, in Shanghai. My question is, what about the first results, the first feedback? How does it feel? Because this is quite a huge transformation, a huge change. Thanks for the question. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. McKinsey talked about a radical shift in the automotive industry. And the first step is going from ICE cars to e-cars. And digital driving is very important as well. I'm not referring only to autonomous driving, but I'm referring to the digital interaction that provides drivers with a specific experience. Maserati made a strategic choice, and we are celebrating it right now in two ways. First of all, we are the first Motor Valley brand that has turned completely electric with the introduction of GT Folgore and GT Grecale. And then, in terms of first feedback, the feedback confirms our plan. Maserati has been successful all over the world for 110 years, and powertrain is one of the pieces of the puzzle. What we offer is mobility. We move those who move the world with excellent performance and excellent luxurious content. This is our mission. Replacing a powertrain with another powertrain is just one of the pieces of the puzzle. From a strategic point of view, it was essential to develop e-engines and an e-engine system that ensures competitiveness and excellence as our ICEs. This year, we'll be celebrating the departure of our V8. So V8 will not be manufactured any longer. So this is the departure, as in discontinuation of these products. So this is a way to celebrate the end of an era and the beginning of a new era for Maserati, for consumers. I assume that people will be surprised. I do understand that this change is essential, but this is great news. I hope that people are excited about this change. We have sold more than 100,000 cars equipped with V8, but markets and consumers move very quickly. 40% of luxury consumers are open to e-vehicles, and this is the double compared to 2 years ago. In 2 years' time, it could be more than 60%. So this is where the market is heading to, and it is our duty to serve customers and to give customers what they need, and luxury consumers are doing it. And V8 equips Ferrari. Ferrari, were you aware of that? Yes, it is not a surprise for them. So did you accept it? It's an iconic engine. We've had the opportunity to celebrate Italian excellence for 2 brands all over the world, and this is a celebration of our history. So I'd like to tackle the topic of sustainability as part of a production facility. A company that wants to be sustainable should be sustainable in all stages of its production. What about Ferrari? Sustainability is about innovation, and innovation in Ferrari means its people. As Enzo Ferrari said, our cars are different because there's the intellectual contribution of people. Last year, we collected more than 6,900 ideas on how to improve our processes, specifically how to reduce energy consumption and carbon footprint. And we reduced the energy consumption by 5% of each car. And for instance, it was possible to save 250,000 tons aluminium per year just by changing a material of a specific piece of a car. And it was thanks to the idea of one of our people, Pagani. Pagani is about ICEs. And what about your future, considering current trends in terms of electrification, total electrification? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Electrification offers all companies an opportunity. We should be open to the idea of change in terms of powertrain. As it was mentioned, at the end of the day, we do not just produce powertrains or cars. Motor Valley cars are completely different, and Orazio Pagani, at the beginning of his adventure, was a genius design-wise, but he said, in terms of engines, I will buy the best engine, and this is why he partnered with Mercedes. They are changing too, they're shifting to total electrification. This is what they said. They will shift to full electric, and technology will be key, especially in terms of battery development. Their hybrid cars have the most advanced batteries in terms of performance and cooling. So we know what is going on in terms of technology. We are working on technology today. It was said before, a company should be able to make mistakes and should be given the opportunity to make mistakes. And an electric Pagani has existed since 2018. It's a simulation, of course. We built up the vehicle digitally in 2018, and there are critical technological constraints, and it is necessary to get rid of these constraints, specifically in terms of cooling, because our customers want to have fun with their Pagani. When they run out of petrol, you just fill up the tank and then you can have fun. This is impossible with an e-vehicle. An e-vehicle has a limit, a thermal limit, and it has to stop. It goes in recovery mode. And this is not what Pagani stands for. You should be able to drive Pagani whenever you want. And this is a problem that should be tackled and solved. And I believe that this problem will be solved in the next years. In terms of the ICEs, we like to be the last company to discontinue ICEs, but there's this romantic vision of ICEs. I know that an ICE is compared to Swiss watches, but as Stefan said, a car is a complex product that should comply with laws. It is a luxury product, but it has to comply with the different regulations and laws. So ICEs are supposed to comply with specific regulations too. Claudio Domenicali mentioned synthetic fuels, and I'd like to go back to synthetic fuels. In Europe, there has been a huge debate about synthetic fuels. Germany asked for a derogation. Italy asked for a derogation for biofuels. And Germany obtained the derogation for synthetic fuels, but Italy didn't. So here there are 4 brands which are involved in this topic. What about synthetic fuels? Can they provide a solution to ensure that ICEs last longer? Mr. Prontremoli.
Dell'Italia a questo punto.
Well, Italy is a bit halfway house. Well, I have to say that the Italian government had the great merit of reopening the subject. And of course, we all contributed. The German government was driven by the Volkswagen Group and so moved towards synthetic fuels. So it was a breakthrough compared to, you remember, something that we had discussed on this stage some time ago. I don't know what the best solution will be. For sure, politicians must set the objectives and then leave it to the industry to find the best solution. And I'm sure that the best solution will come as a hybrid, not, the hybrid we know today. No, hybrid technologies. Because, when they ask me, do you think all future cars were based on carbon? No, some of them will be, some components are made of carbon, some others are aluminum, some others will be made of titanium. So hybrid technologies. Thinking of how I'm seeing the world, and of course I'm thinking of the world of racing. The world of racing is going back to being a technological lab. So the brands are racing back to this world. We are so, full of work because all the big brands are getting into experiment. Formula One is experimenting fuels, synthetic fuels, and hybrid engines. The Americans have chosen biofuels. So all our cars are ethanol based, and then we'll participate in the Le Mans race, and at Le Mans we are experimenting hybrid, electric, and ICE, and Total will bring a petrol made with champagne dregs. So we may use Lambrusco instead of champagne. So intense red. Well, it's true. In the States, when we introduced ethanol in our cars, the problem was that it was 100% ethanol, and you can smell it. Actually, it smells like rum. So we had to add a little bit of petrol to be politically correct, because of safety reasons, because ethanol, when it burns, is flameless. And, you couldn't even see the pilot burning because you can't see the flame. So we added a little bit of petrol to see the flame. But the true reason is that if the mechanics would drink it, they were all drunk. So the answer will come from the competition, the edge of the competition. And I go back to what I was saying. It's really the beauty of competition, because you are driven to bring about something better working with the others, because you are good in competition. Also, if your competitors are good. And the fact that all the good brands are in it compels everyone to work at the highest level. I think we're underestimating it, and motorsports is really driving it, giving it a boost, because whoever is involved, producing petrol engines, systems, are encouraged to take this opportunity. And we'll go back as in the 50s. So you would experiment in the world of racing and then bring the solutions in just road cars in different ways, of course, making things more efficient. Let us not forget the how energy is produced. The other evening I was invited to talk about sustainability, and you know that I always had my doubts about the pure electric. I think it's going to be hybrid. So I was invited to comment on a book by somebody called Harry Sanderson, a journalist of the Financial Times, who was talking about a geopolitical shift due to moving from fossil fuels, lithium, and will end up in the hands of the Chinese. Well, just think of Italy. So we'll be, on the one hand, we will have to continue producing energy with fossil fuels because the renewables is 30–40%. Actually, in the past few years, that there's a deadlock. On the other hand, we'll end up in the hands of the Chinese for batteries, There was a professor of the Milan Polytechnic who said something very interesting and very smart, actually. She said, Italy will become a great country to experiment recycling. I didn't know that the lead put in just normal batteries is no longer extracted, it's all recycled. Just like aluminium. That is the direction. So recovering and creating a circular economy, maybe Italy will play a role in that. I mean, if I had to bet €1 on where to invest in the Motor Valley, they said it. I would build a small gigafactory for high performance batteries. Maybe we could use all of that. And Emilia-Romagna might be the best place to do that experiment. Stefano, what about synthetic fuels at Lamborghini? Well, we have a very clear strategy spanning up to 2030. In the next 2 years, 22 to 23, 23, we'll complete the range, first step. Then second step, at the end of this decade, the range will be split between the two hard sports cars and the two purely electric, just, let's say, road cars. The European Union said they're going to review the targets for the next 2 years. I think we are lucky because we are now approaching the new cycle of cars, so we'll have some time to do it. Whatever decision is made, we'll certainly choose high performance and emotional cars. That's the prerequisite. On top of that, all the new generations, as we heard from McKinsey, demand greater sustainability. Of course, we want to leave all the doors open. One of the key things is really harmonization at a world level. It's not enough for the EU, to do something and the US doing something. I was at the Shanghai Motor Show. It's amazing. Their speed is amazing. In the street you can see ICE cars with a blue plate and those with a green plate with, they're hybrid cars, and they're already 50% of what you can see in this, on the road. As a consequence of that, when we talk about zero-emission vehicles by 2035 for the US, talking about new registrations starting from 2035, and that's about California. But it's not just about California. It's about all the democratic states that apply the same policy. We can see how in Asia, new CO2 reduction, emission reduction laws are being approved. So if you do not abide by that, you may be out of the market. So harmonization is key. Biofuels. Well, for us, it's good news. And not just for us, I think, because we'll get hundreds of millions of cars still based on ICU. Well, we are hopeful, of course, but we need the right amount, the right figures. Whereas Andrea said, we can mix it up with today's petrol. There are many opportunities. What we are observing at a world level, well, this is modern, but there are, according to mega cities, in just a few years' time, they will not admit ICE cars any longer. So there is a whole layering of legislation of rules and regulations making life more difficult. And we all sell cars to customers who live in large cities, mostly. So this is very important to consider. So we currently have no answers about what's going to happen in the future. We certainly need to be equipped and invest there where worldwide we have the chance to survive. So that will serve the Motor Valley too. So let's try and understand where we want to and we need to invest the little money we have. Exceptional results, so you said. Yes, exceptional results that are the consequence of specific strategies and also of a future plan, which is going to be amazing, almost 3 billion. That's the amount of the investment, the largest in the history of Lamborghini. What we need is clarity, and what we must promise to our customers is sustainability and emotions. All right. Neptuno W6 remain, and biofuels may be a solution, or else the strategic decision has been made, and therefore, regardless, Maserati will just move forward. Well, the decision has been made for Vuotov and Neptuno, the only engine importing Formula One technologies for road cars and not racing cars, so will continue to be produced. So for us, it's the benchmark. It's the excellence that must be equaled or outperformed by our electric powertrains. Well, that's the very, very short and to the point. I hope my answer will be equally short and to the point with respect to biofuels. There are 3 main points here, yes. First is acknowledging that the rules, that we are not the ones making the rules. It's the authorities, the institutions. So we must instead guarantee value creation and business sustainability over time based on available resources and within the rules that are given to us. In that sense, with respect to biofuels, or synthetic fuels, I mean, it's a competitive edge for us to be part of a large group that is based on innovation and research. So we can participate in the costs and shorten the time required, and that's a competitive edge. So from here to 2030, given the time and development costs, there'll be no structural change in our strategy. Our strategy to enter the electric market now and to electrify the whole range by 2030 will not change. What about Mr. Pagano? Undoubtedly, well, these fuels are a possible path to prolong the life of ICEs for new cars, but it's potentially also the solution to keep the historical car population alive. The beauty of our cars is that they're not short-lived. They don't last 10 years, and they're not thrown away after a decade. They become the object of collecting, of investing, and customers look at that too. They look at it as an investment. So offering a guarantee of usability of these cars in the future is certainly very important. Well, given the small volumes of Pagani will have the possibility of using ICEs, but volumes is not the criticality. Regulations are. So in the absence of an approximation of all legislation at a world level, or at least in the main markets, and, if the U.S., for example, doesn't accept fuels as Europe does, that's not going to be a help. What about e-fuels for motorbikes? Can they be a solution? Definitely. Andrea was referring to racing. So from 2024, 40% of fuel should not be based on fossil fuels, and from 2027, 100%. As Association of Motorbike Manufacturers in Europe, we are interacting with the European Commission on a very clear basis. So we will agree on a performance level which is not emotional mobility. It's mobility up to 11 kilowatts and above. So emotional mobility, that's the only viable solution. The only viable solution for that is e-fuels. We don't think we're going to have powerful enough batteries. So we'd like this to be at the center of the attention, and that's the reason why we're using racing also with our partners, Shell and others. We're working to test. And e-fuel only has one or two problems. One is that we don't have the factories. It's kind of unicorn at the moment. They all look for it, but it's not there. And major oil companies are, have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Yeah, there's a Porsche plant in Chile. Also, Aramco is doing things both in Spain and in Saudi Arabia. But if you consider the million barrels required for this to become real is still at an experimental stage. It's like the chicken and egg issue. Large companies do not invest a lot until there isn't legislative clarity. And let us not forget that up to a few months ago, nobody accepted to talk about total carbon neutrality. And that's quite weird, isn't it? Some on stage said, well, we're not making rules, we make cars. And we make them based on current legislation. However, we must be critical as well in saying that all focusing on CO2 emissions, tank to wheel, not, well, to wheel, so they all forget how energy is manufactured. That's weird. In China, they're opening 2 large coal plants a week. And there are electric cars in the street, but they are fueled by fossil sources. So they should not be a theoretical solution. They should be a real solution. So how does it work? You need factories, and factories must be based on renewable energies, transforming water and absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere to produce these synthetic fuels, which, when burnt, release the same amount of CO2. But they are less efficient, so you need more energy, and so it's less efficient. So wherever possible, around cities, for example, using electric cars, that's the best solution. For other vehicles like planes, or maybe motorbikes, maybe supercars too. Well, for supercars, it will also depend on global approximation. If we invest only in one part of the world, product development is so expensive that it's very difficult to do it. And California is aiming at producing zero-emission vehicles. They're doing things too, so there's still time from now to 35. We don't talk about it very often, but there are very vast areas around the world, I'm thinking of deserts, where the renewable energy potential is very high. If I produce renewable energy in a place where there's no consumption, though, I have to transport it either to North America or Europe. But if I use electric wires to transfer energy produced in the heart of Africa, efficiency drops even more than producing e-fuels. The latter may not make sense in terms of yield, but with a factory in Europe, building a factory in Europe would be prone to this kind of interpretation. Of course, this would solve the problem of low yield, but you need consumption. And for consumption, you need people's readiness to consume. And one last thing is about the European community. They choose to give a ray of hope, but it's very complicated. They said, by 2035, you'll still be allowed to register ICE engine cars if they work only on e-fuels. Well, e-fuels, are just hydrocarbons, just produced in different ways. It's not that simple. So therefore, the main road would be to use blends. We do the same when we consume electricity from the mains. So we have a socket and we get a mix of energies. Some of it is green and 30% in Italy, in Norway more. The use of a mixer would trigger the decarbonization of the whole car population. So producing renewable energies in the desert, transforming it, transport it, mixing it for a consumption blend, well, that topic is on the table at European level too, without any ratification for the moment. However, in 2026, there'll be a new window with expansion of the networks, the feasibility of charging points. Well, think of it, for example, in Italian cities, all the cars parked on the road have to face difficulties. So either the difficulties overcome or new solutions are found. What about biofuels? Well, biofuels are another version of sustainable fuels. Of course, it's a very, very complex, topic. So e-fuel, well, that's clear. Renewable resources, water, CO2, neutral cycle. Biofuels, well, the plants do exactly the same as CO2. So CO2 is absorbed. The oil we consume is the trees absorbing CO2 a few million years ago. So that's what trees do for us. But of course, the first generation fuels were criticized a lot because land consumption means that land is subtracted to human nutrition. I think Italian Eni has good cards to play in that respect, and then at a technical, honest table, fourth generation biofuels can take a dignified place in the discussion. By the way, Ferrari is experimenting biofuels, but not on cars, rather in production. Is that correct? Yes, we are experimenting that for shipping cars, in logistics. Yes, we started with the hot bundle in March thanks to a partnership with the supplier, HWA. What about the technical constraints for electric motorbikes? So when these constraints will be overcome, battery density, etc. Well, actually, we're not really facing huge troubles. It's not really the market nor the demand, quite the opposite. So I don't see these difficulties in our market. So we launched the first tourer for mileage of about 200 and something, 400 kilometers. Obviously, technologies are not yet up to expectations, but they're very close. So a good range, fast charge. We're really very close, especially for motorbikes. After some kilometers, drivers need a 15-minute break for a coffee at least. So we don't see the issue. No doubt there is a great opportunity for growth. In the past 2-3 years, we saw an improvement, a 50% improvement on our cells. So increasing the range or reducing weights and volumes. So we understand to what extent this technology will see a further acceleration. The more companies invest and the faster it will be. So we all have a boss. The boss is the market, and the market is heading there. Yes, we should try and guide the market up to a certain point, but then when the trend is there, then we must be able to offer what the market wants. So we think there will be further developments because of the great potential, because of the huge investments, the technology, the science. However, even now, in our volumes, in our market, we can't see the issue. We can see an accelerating demand in all our segments, from the tourer to the sports car, or the sports vehicle, or not just in an urban environment. Demand is very, very high. So, of course, demand comes only when they test the product. And since in all global markets, I think we are present in every continent with about 50 countries. So we are global, and there isn't one single market raising one single doubt or issue. It's exactly the opposite. Every new market we open where a test is carried out, a huge demand appears. I think I'm the wrong person to ask this question to. I think we have 4 more contributions before the opening ceremony. So one more question to all of you to close the session. It's about the Motor Valley experience. What is the main challenge that your company is taking, and how can Motor Valley contribute to win that challenge? Let me start from you.
I'm the dean of the university. Mona, we are so happy 200 students graduate per year. This is quite a high number compared to the initial idea. I think this is an example of how we can build the skills of the future, and this is very important. I'd like to go back to an issue which was raised by McKinsey. Collaboration, cooperation. In my opinion, all the players of the Motor Valley should get together on a regular basis to exchange information about technological changes and challenges. Together, we can be stronger. And it's important to make the most of this momentum so that we can create value in this region, so that we can create specific production-related skills for the specific needs of our industry, of our high-performance product. Unlike mass production manufacturers, Chinese manufacturers have different needs. So this is a great opportunity for the Motor Valley. Skills are key, and training too. I think we all agree on that. McKinsey mentioned the fact that we might look for skills abroad in terms of electrification, AI, and digitalization. This is why it is important to create skills here. And this is why it is important for all the Motor Valley companies to cooperate so that we can have the scale to take care of the costs and the charges that this transformation entails. I know that it's highly complex to invest in the future, but this is a challenge that we should take right now because the clock is ticking. This is a last chance, a last opportunity. Mechatronics, mechanics are important, but they should be developed with a future-oriented approach. We are there as a company, and we will be there because we want to operate globally, but we want to operate locally as well. What is the main challenge or the main concern for the Motor Valley? Was that a question? Yes, it was. Last year was the best year of our history. We're worried because the scenario that McKinsey presented is clear to us. We are aware of it. They were quite harsh, I would say, specifically when they mentioned China. I know that China is very dangerous right now. We are all part of this global transformation, and this makes life more difficult because there's a company that used to produce battery and that manufactures cars today. And this is so fast, everything is so fast. There are level 4 cars that have already hit the road. There's a Silicon Valley, there's Shanghai too. China is strong technologically, and China, after joining the WTO, already relies on the status of developing country, which is unacceptable. And this is worrying as well, because China is not a developing country, of course. I think it's clear that China is no longer a developing country, which means that the custom duties should be changed. And the same applies to motorbikes. We had to set up a production organization in Taiwan. And we need to ensure a company's future in 10 years' time, because most of European businesses run the risk of not being there in 10 years' time. I think that Motor Valley will be there in 10 years' time, because we are in the emotional luxury business. The presentation didn't mention made in Italy. Okay, Motor Valley is about emotions, but we generate emotions through our culture, through our made in Italy culture. I think this is a value that is embedded in our products. And we are unique from this point of view. And the motorbike industry was overwhelmed by Japanese manufacturers in the 70s. 10 out of 15, 40 out of 50 brands disappeared, European brands. So only the best will survive. We shouldn't just rely on a history, on a past. We shouldn't just rely on nostalgia. So how can the Motor Valley help us survive? Well, this kind of event is very important. The regional council plays a very important role, and they should influence the central government. And Motor Valley is not only about profits, it is about jobs, direct and indirect jobs, and taxes, because we are local taxpayers. All our employees are Italian taxpayers. Bonaccini said that we are the highest per capita exporter, and these profits generate taxes. And if we can't withstand the attack of other countries, or if we can't comply with regulations, this will fall. And what about batteries? What about lithium batteries? What role will they play in the future? So it is important to ensure the survival of our local areas, and we can do it together. The biggest challenge is preserving our brand identity in keeping with our values. What can this community do? Boost skills and our competitive edge. Two remarks. Remark number one, this area stands for excellence. This area stands for entrepreneurship, innovation, audacity, that are embodied by the companies which are here today with us. This area is about excellence, and this area is a huge asset for Italy. I lived abroad for 25 years, and we are sitting on a treasure. And if we are brave enough, we can make the most of it. Remark number two. We are in a theater, Pavarotti Theater. The name of this theater reminds us of music. I could use music as a metaphor. Music is part of all of us. And we do have the music in our industry. We do have the musicians, the players. But what we need is a platform that echoes our innovation, our audacity all over the world. Please consider Design Week in Milan. Some of our brands now are part of Design Week because the furniture trade has turned into a design week. This is an example of how this kind of event and this kind of brand, Motor Valley, can play a key role. It's got a huge potential, untapped potential, and we need to be bold enough to let everyone know worldwide. I agree with what has just been said. I believe in science, I believe in meritocracy, and I don't believe in those who think they know everything. It's really about honest and transparent communication. This is what matters to us. Misinformation is often given, or information that is not science-based is given. As a company, what I ask for is providing correct information to the market, because if a market is informed properly, it can buy the right product. So the market needs correct and science-based information. We should get rid of fake news. It's really about science. The motorbike will win if we work together with our science, our technology, our skills. We have always won, will win in the future as well. We need to be together, to work together, to be transparent. I'd like to thank our panelists, and I'd like to invite them to come back next year. Keynote speeches. Sustainability is one of the key topics right now in the automotive industry in terms of supply chain and components to Brembo. Brembo is a leading company in the supply chain. I'd like to invite Cristina Bombassei to come to the stage. She's board members and chief CSR officer for the Brembo Group. Good morning. You have the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me. So many interesting insights during the McKinsey presentation and during the roundtable. And this is such a magnificent context. We supply brakes to the automotive industry, and Italian companies are our customers. Autonomous driving, sustainability, new generations. These are terms that we are all familiar with in the automotive industry. These macro trends are at the center of the strategies of all the players of this field to create the mobility of the future. But the transformation we are experiencing does not relate only to car manufacturers and bike manufacturers, but they concern also component manufacturers. A couple of figures about Brenda. Our turnover is 3.6 billion, 15,000 people all over the world, and we are present in 5 continents, 8 research centers, and 1 is new, and the latest one is called Brembo Inspiration Lab. It has been recently started up. It includes engineers, data scientists, and all those professionals that deal with macro trends. And artificial intelligence plays a key role in the context of this lab, and this is why the lab is located next to the Stanford University in San Francisco. We have decided to change our strategic vision, and we have decided to define a new mission and a new vision. McKinsey said that we should be emotional. We are inspirational. So our new mission is turning energy into inspiration. It stems from the fact that we have been present for 60 years, and we focus on the kinetic energy of brakes. And this is why we want to express the potential of the energy. We have changed our mission. We want to be solution providers. We want to cooperate with our customers in finding solutions before supplying the braking system, because we wanted to approach the challenges that were mentioned by McKinsey in terms of green digital transition and in terms of the new megatrends that the young people are inspired by. In terms of our strategic vision, we have three main pillars: digital, global, and cool. It is easy to understand what it means to be digital and global. It is not easy to understand what it means to be cool. There is no right translation into Italian. We could say experiential. We want to be a cool brand. We want to be an inspirational brand. We wanted to attract people. We wanted to focus on sustainability and ESG-related topics, and young people pay attention to these topics. So we want to focus on digital innovation, specifically in the application of AI. This inspiration lab is supposed to collect figures and data coming from sensors and turning them into a global innovation. And we have values because we are a family-owned business. We have values that are embedded in what we do. We focus on our stakeholders, our communities, our people, our suppliers, our customers, our local areas. And we are deeply rooted in our region. We are a couple of hours away. We are located in the province of Bergamo at Chilometro Rosso. Our headquarters are located in a scientific and technological park at Chilometro Rosso, which provides cross-fertilization opportunities that are sustainability related. Our sustainability approach is part of our DNA. The first patent we registered was a component for bikes that reduced the braking coupling. So it was built and patented to reduce the energy consumption. And to us, intangible capital is very important as well. Relational human capital are very important to us. We are listed in the Milan Stock Exchange. This means that we needed to report our activities. And so now our KPIs concern ESG elements: environment, social, and corporate governance. And we have adopted a new vision in terms of the new reporting, the Sister D. There will be a double matrix in terms of impact. So the impact of our business on our territory and the impact of the territory on industrial grabs, or the taxonomy that requires to combine intangible values with tangible values. So there will be a new report that shall be drafted by SMEs too. SMEs are not aware of what they should do, so it is our duty to educate our suppliers. We are tier 1 suppliers for our braking systems, but we are suppliers, we are certified suppliers for our suppliers as well. In terms of governance, we have a sound governance. I am the CSR officer. I am in charge of the sustainability department that has turned 10 recently, and a sustainability audit was carried out on our plans and on our activities, and we realized that it was necessary to set up a specific department, because these topics concern the whole group. So this is why there's a department. I am the chief of this department. I am passionate about sustainability and ESG topics, and I tackle new challenges on a daily basis. We have 25 people in Brembo. These are skilled technicians that can comply with the required KPIs. And then in terms of strategy, there's a CSR steering committee that includes 12 members, and I'm supposed to propose initiatives, and it's up to this committee to approve these initiatives. So we do have a sound CSR governance, and it is our board that makes the final decisions. Brembo complies with the UN 2030 agenda. It was not just a statement. We carried out many projects for all the goals, 17 goals, and we want to design 3 projects per goal. But we want to adopt a bottom-up approach. This is why we launched a competition, Put Your Face in It, so contestants can post a audio file or a video file to show how they comply with the requirements of the 17 goals. We received more than 500 videos from our employees, and these videos are being published on our intranet to promote this activity, because it is about culture. It is not only about strategy, it is not only about bottom-down approach. Top-down approach, sorry. So we have several commitments in terms of ESG, and we focus on social topics and environmental topics too. Let's go back to the E of ESG. We focus on products and on manufacturing process. We invest 6% of our turnover in R&D, at 10% of our resources are about sustainability. Our strategy entails the development of green products in terms of materials, size, design, and any other related elements. Just a couple of examples. We have specific components which were launched in 2022, namely discs, and our smart braking system, which was presented last year to the press and which will be marketed in 2024. It is a trailblazer, and it combines AI, so data collected from sensors, and advanced systems. And we stated that we want to tend to net to zero in 2040. This is quite a huge challenge because we have constraints in terms of logistics as well. So this is a challenge we wanted to tackle, and we are controlling emissions of our foundries, of our plants, of our offices as well. And we are committed to reducing the emissions of our plants. We have reduced our emissions by 16% this year, but we want to go further. And in terms of energy consumption, we use renewables to source electricity. This is an opportunity that we have seized, and there has been an increase by 70% of renewables, and there are 3 sites, namely in Mexico, where 100% of electricity is sourced from renewables. And this plant, we are experimenting new methods to use our resources more effectively to improve our KPIs, and these plants will be a best practice plant. Then we are committed to reducing waste as well. So this is why we focus on circular economy. We reuse tons of ferrous metals to melt them in our foundries and generate millions of brake discs. So this is why we are fully committed to circular economy. This is why we had the double A ranking from the Carbon Disclosure Project, and in terms of climate change risks and in terms of water security, we have obtained the highest score in the last 5 years. So we have this double ranking. Let's go to S, so social aspects.
Yeah, of course, it's us and our president. We wish to have working places where people's attention can be really very high, and we offer nice activities and nice environments where one can work with joy, with pleasant colors, and an attention that goes beyond just the sheer concept of a conventional working place. But that's not enough. We are very sensitive to all the stakeholders. We have many projects for the community in India, for example, in China, in countries where they have fewer opportunities for social projects. As an entrepreneur and not as a CSR officer, I have to say that I'm very keen on these projects. I engage personally. I really want to understand and be helpful. I was in Lublin a few months ago for a project hosting 100 women and children leaving Ukraine because of the war. So we rented a hotel for 6 months for them in Dublin, and we enabled the children to attend school and help these ladies, these women, to find a job. Some of them went back, and then in a few weeks I'll be in Turkey. Brembo was very sensitive to has always been very sensitive to humanitarian emergencies. We did it with COVID, and after the earthquake, we decided to be helpful and help the children who are the ones who deserve greater attention. And of course, culture is and literacy and education are for us a must-have for anybody. So we chose India, where we have important, large locations for production, but over and above large cities, they live in slums, and so we opened schools there, involving almost 1,000 pupils, and so facilities for them and their families. In my opinion, it is our responsibility, the responsibility of groups like ours, to provide, to be the carriers of culture, not just an industrial culture, but also a social culture. In conclusion, let me read this. If we compared the entire automotive industry to a car, sustainability would be fuel. And this image shows that sustainability is not just added value, but it's a key element for the future of the entire supply chain. Companies who do not choose sustainability may run the risk of losing fuel and competitivity. Thank you so much. And Cristina, by the way, became the president of IDAF, the Association of Family-Owned Businesses in Italy. Yeah, by the way, even Quattro Ruote belongs to the same family since 1920. Another company who's been traditionally our guest is Bosch, one of course, the key component makers and systems providers. Well, their presentation will talk about the future and what's going to happen with respect to technologies and services. The word to Johannes Jörg Rüger, president of Bosch Engineering.
Cari signore e signori, è un grande piacere partecipare.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a true pleasure for me to be here for the second time.
Second year in a row, and to be able to represent Bosch or Bosch Engineering with my presentation today, which is titled Tomorrow's Mobility, Smart, Safe and Sustainable. Probably not a big surprise after all we heard in the previous presentations. And we heard about all the challenges on the economical side as well as on the technology side. I will give you some inputs why I still believe that maybe the best is yet to come for the automotive industry, because challenges are typically opportunities as well. So what are three main challenges that I would like to talk about? Because those are areas where we do not just have challenges, but we need to invest in order to be successful going into this future. First, what we expect from our customers, we heard about particularly the younger generation, is expecting a smart mobility, seamless and personalized, and of course always connected mobility. Of course, we all expect safe mobility. And what comes to our mind in the first place, of course, is ADAS, so driver assistance functionality to make driving more safe. In the future, with all the cars being fully connected, there comes one additional topic which needs to be managed fairly professionally, which is cybersecurity, because otherwise safe driving isn't possible, even if the vehicles would be principally able to do that. And finally, sustainable technology. We heard in the panel a lot of discussion about that. Sustainable technology and sustainable mobility is a prerequisite so that we can be mobile in the future. That's doubtless. But I will give you some inputs that we are not talking about electrification in this connection, but we're talking about decarbonization, which is somehow different, because electrification could be one solution, but doesn't need to be the only one. All these challenges, of course, drive complexity. And driving complexity means that we need to rethink how we organize, how we structure the electronics and software into vehicles, and that's one of the major parts I will start with. So again, you see here, I will start with vehicle architecture and connectivity, because this is a backbone basically to the implementation of features in our modern vehicles. And why is that important? Because you could say, well, EE architecture and software is not tangible, so nobody really is touching it. It's maybe just to a particularly EE architecture is not defining DNA of a vehicle, and still we need to invest significant money in that. Does it really make sense? Well, the reason is simple. If you look at the history, if you will, what we have implemented over the course of the last decades is a functionality which is fully modular, because we added ECU per ECU with new functionalities, resulting in a highly complex system. Looking in high-end cars, we have 100 or more ECUs being fully connected with each other, and now in the future even with the cloud. And we are talking about up to 750 million lines of code, significant number, mid of this year, which needs to be managed. So if you want to do that in combination with future challenges from a functional perspective, where you have more cross-domain functionalities, it is absolutely a must that this functionality, this EE architecture, is modernized and rethought, which means, in the first place, we go to an integration and then domain centralization, a centralized architecture, and finally, via vehicle computer to a software-defined vehicle. The expectation for the mainstream market, I know that some automakers are maybe a little bit quicker, particularly those without legacy, but the mainstream market will move into domain centralized and fusion architecture by the mid of this decade. And between 28 and 2030, we expect more and more software-defined vehicles being on the road. So what can we expect from those vehicles? First, they're fully connected. Full connection offers, of course, new possibilities with app-like functions which can be downloaded to the vehicles. We all know that, flashing over the air. But we can also host parts of the functionality in the cloud, which makes then the on-site functionality, which is hosted on the vehicle, less complex. But what is essential, as I mentioned before, cybersecurity and safety needs to be managed very professionally. Now, another question is, what's the commercial potential and how do we want to make money with that? Because in the first place, it's just an investment. Let's look at some applications. Well, in the first place, if we look at studies are predicting that vehicle prices will go up year by year with approximately 5%. But the same studies expect that with services, the amount of services being sold year by year will go up by 11%, so more than double of the amount of the vehicle in the first place, and that by the mid of next decade, with each vehicle per year, an amount of 600 euros can be made just by connected services. And those services could be something which is more on the driver assistance side, like wrong way driver warning, or maybe it's a damage protection feature while your vehicle is parked and you're away and cannot see what's happening. The features I have on the slide here, like battery in the cloud and convenient charging, are more, of course, for battery electric vehicles. If you look at battery electric vehicles, then of course the battery is the most precious, most expensive component in your vehicle, and well, it's most logical to manage that in the most economical and most appropriate way. And Bosch has developed a functionality which is called battery in the cloud, where we have basically a digital twin of the battery in the cloud and accordingly services which lead to a performance increase with that battery of up to 20%. And that's sustainability too. Of course, if a component which is such precious and important can be used either longer or has a higher performance. Convenient charging is something which is similar, of course, for battery electric vehicles, very important. We all, I mean, at least those of us who have a battery electric vehicle or at least a hybrid, know about the hassle of charging the vehicles if you are on a longer trip. And if you want to do that in a seamless and personalized and positive way, Bosch has developed a functionality which is convenient charging. And in combination between convenience charging and battery in the cloud, we can ensure that not just the battery is maintained in the best way, but also that the experience for the driver, and I talked about seamless integration and seamless experience of modern cars, that is being done and positive and possible in the future. Now, the last thing I mentioned here on the slide is V2V connectivity, which is, or V2X basically, which could be a connectivity to the infrastructure. Think about your car as talking to the traffic lights, for example, and can adjust the speed so that it's appropriate that you have either a green wave or you slow down early enough without wasting any energy. But it could be also V2V connectivity, that the car going in front of you, giving you information that you can use in order to be even safer on the street, which would be a driver assistance functionality. And think about that in a context of autonomous driving. In that context, it becomes even more important. So, moving on to the next topic, automated driving. I titled it here on the next slide, Automated Driving, a revolution for mobility. Because if that comes, of course, it has a high potential to turn around the whole automotive industry, at least in parts. Why in parts? I will explain to you, giving you 3 examples, probably the most important use cases that we have in the automotive industry in general. We heard a lot today, very focused on private cars and sports vehicles. Of course, they are important. You see them on the left here. And then I will move on to mobility as a service and transportation in general, transportation of goods, more in that context. But if you look at private use cases, of course, autonomous driving would be just a very high-end convenience feature, very expensive, probably 5-digit euro investment for each of us, and maybe even questionable whether many of us will use that and choose that topic and invest basically in the topic, particularly in use cases where we talk about sports vehicles, where many of those people buying those vehicles have more in mind to drive themselves because it's fun and not being driven. So that is something where we will see how much that will be eventually taken. However, if we move on to the next item, mobility as a service, why is that important? Well, predictions say that by the mid of this century, by 2050, 70% of all people worldwide will live in cities. Some mega cities being such enormous conglomerates, being much much more dense and populated compared to today's cities. And that means space is probably the most precious good we have, and the vehicles need to float and drive rather than being parked at the side of the road. So if we want to make that happen, mobility as a service like a robo-shuttle or an autonomous taxi would be opportunities to do so. And predictions say here that the price of such mobility will be significantly lower than today's taxi driving and even lower than today's private use. So there's a rationale why this is in principle going to come, and I will talk about technical challenges in a second. In the transportation sector, there's another rationale which drives basically automation. Just in Europe, and the situation is similar in North America, it's similar in China, even in India, truck drivers are missing. Significant numbers of truck drivers are missing. In Europe, it's 400,000 right now. Number increasing. The average age of truck drivers is increasing. Unfortunately, the number of goods to be transported is increasing too, which is not a good trend. So that doesn't fit together. So if we want to continue with that, and if we want to have more goods being transported in the future, automation is maybe the only way to realize it. That's the reason why under specific use cases, and now I'm talking a little bit about technology and why it's not that easy, under specific use cases, like restricted use cases, that kind of automation certainly will come. For privately used cars, I expect use cases like automated valet parking, which Bosch has introduced in the market last year in selected locations. In the mobility as a service transportation sector, we are talking about low-speed applications and maybe specific roads and routes. And the same applies to logistics as a service. So if we think about restricted use cases first, and if we consider that once the technical challenges are mastered, particularly for commercial vehicles, we know that what is logical will be implemented. What's economically logical will be implemented. We can expect that to come. And if, like mobility as a service, if those shuttles are technically feasible, they will change the way of mobility in cities. And that they will do for good. What we predict in the time frame until end of this decade is something like 77% of all vehicles will be level 2 plus. Here I'm talking about passenger cars in the first place. So level 2 and just 6% of vehicles will be full level 3 or some applications level 4. The reason is, of course, the complexity of a level 4 application, which would be feasible to run basically on all roads fully autonomously, is extreme. That's the reason why it will take a little bit more time, but I can tell you I'm fully convinced that in general that technology will come to the market at a broader scale, maybe a little bit later than we expected a couple of years ago, but it's gonna come. Now moving on to what has been discussed in the panel already intensively, namely the sustainable and climate-friendly mobility. Well, we know in Europe, electric vehicles since 2016, and that's just seven years ago, have increased, the number have increased 17-fold, so 17 times more full electric vehicles on the road in Europe since 2016. Quite an enormous number. And that will continue and needs to continue if we want to decarbonize the private mobility basically by 2050 fully, with all the vehicles being in the market already. And that will drive the battery electric share by the end of this decade to something like 50% in Europe and 1/3 in the world. So basically similar numbers as we have seen from McKinsey in the morning. The situation for commercial vehicles is totally different though, because battery electric for a long-haul truck on a longer distance drive is really nonsense, makes no sense. Because you would carry a battery which is not just extremely expensive, but would have an enormous weight that of course you want to avoid, and you would reduce the carriage that you can carry with such a vehicle. So here we expect clearly fuel cell vehicles, or the huge use of H2 in general, either in fuel cell vehicles or H2 combustion, to be dominant or play a major role to replace today's diesel engines in those vehicles, particularly for the heavy trucks. But we expect, and that has been discussed in the panel too, also e-fuels to play a major role, because somehow we need to decarbonize, of course, the fleet we have. Think about a fleet in Europe is fully changed over from once you introduce or you stop selling ICE vehicles being driven with gasoline and diesel. Once you stop that, until the last vehicle goes out of the European market, takes 18 years. So if you want to be totally fossil fuel in terms of private mobility by 2050, the last vehicle you can sell with a diesel or gasoline engine would be 2032. So that's even earlier than what is currently demanded by the European Union. That's the reason why e-fuels, as well as the use of H2, has a great meaning. And studies which have been conducted comparing the result of the total CO2 emission from today until 2050 or even beyond, depending on the technology which will be used to decarbonize the fleet eventually, come to the, I believe, not surprising conclusion that a one-fits-all solution, may it be e-fuels, may it be H2, may it be battery electric, whatever, a one-fits-all solution is definitely not the best solution you can have. So given the fact that we have various applications and various use cases, the complexity of the use cases in general is so huge that only a variety of solutions will really bring the best and the optimal result. We all know that. Some politicians may try to ignore it to make the picture or paint the picture a little bit easier. But reality is, if you would move to battery electric only, you would not do something very, very good for the environment. So one argument often heard talking about e-fuels and H2 is efficiency and price, or two arguments. Of course, H2 or renewable fuels or e-fuels need to come from 100% renewable energy. And by the way, if that's being used, that kind of vehicle, which is then driven either with H2 or with the e-fuel, is even cleaner or significantly cleaner than a battery electric vehicle, because the energy source for the battery electric vehicle is never, in that time frame, never 100% renewable. Yeah. So from that perspective, it's even better. Now coming to the argument of efficiency. Of course, if you produce energy, electric energy, by wind and solar, for example, and you can use it directly to charge something or directly in the grid, that's the optimal use that you can have, sure. But that's not possible all the time. We know that from our own countries, but it's even more obvious if we talk about countries where wind energy and solar energy are available in abundance, like Chile, where Porsche is producing e-fuel, or think about Africa or the Middle East, where you have solar energy in abundance. If you want to use that, the efficiency comparison is not between using that in the grid or for producing H2 or e-fuels. It's either using it or missing it completely. So the difference is 30% or zero. It's not 30% or 70%. Yeah, and missing and not using the energy we cannot afford. And that's the reason why there will be means needed to store energy, whether it's energy produced in remote places, like what I mentioned before, Chile or Africa or the Middle East, and we don't need to go that far. We have that in Southern Europe, of course, as well. Or, well, actually, we need to use that, and that's the reason why H2 and e-fuels will play a major role in the future. Well, Bosch has, and particularly H2 is being promoted by the European Union as well as in China, as well as in North America. So Bosch has understood that and invested or committed now to invest 500 million in electrolysis components. And by 2030, 4,000 stations, charging stations, will be equipped with the technology, and that's going to be 1/3 of all worldwide stations. By the way, the number of stations will increase 15-fold from now until the end of the decade. And I mentioned the price of that fuel too. I believe it's totally unfair to compare the price with batteries and saying, well, batteries are less expensive. If you think about how much battery prices have come down in the last 10 years, that's 80%. And with a kind of new technology like e-fuels, we can expect a learning curve as well. So prices will come down to a reasonable level, at least for some applications. Now, last year, I presented to you H2 being a fuel and being used in the engine directly, being burned in the engine. And well, we thought it's good to promote something like that because it's simply true, but having that on a slide is one thing. Having it basically in a tech demonstrator in reality so that you can drive it is much more convincing. That's the reason why we started a cooperation with Ligier and have built up a tech demonstrator, which we will unveil in Le Mans in 1 month from now. And basically we took here a 6-cylinder gasoline high-end engine, converted that with port fuel and direct hydrogen injection systems, including water injection. We didn't do much to the air system, we didn't do much to the emission system, or we didn't need to do much. And the outcome is basically what you see on the slide here, characteristics which are very similar to the gasoline engine from a performance perspective. So that's a kind of proof that emotion and environmental friendliness can go hand in hand. And again, we will unveil the vehicle, which is under the cover here still, in 1 month from now, and we will give our customers a chance to drive that vehicle in September, where we have a customer event in Germany in parallel to the IAA. So those of you who will attend the event are highly invited to have a chance also to not just to touch and see the vehicle, but also to drive it. Now that brings me to the last part of the presentation. We talked about technology a lot and about complexity. I guess I gave you some inputs why we need to have a holistic approach and not try to take the easy shortcut, which is unfortunately not leading to the best result in terms of sustainability. The complexity of future
La complessità tecnica
makes strong partnerships a must. And finally, we need to have and attract the right talents. For us, that means we have joined Muna in order to support young talents here in the region. We believe it's highly important that we attract those people, bring them to the automotive industry, and try to give them the message that the automotive industry is still extremely important for all of us and has a bright future. Maybe a more complex future than in the past, but still a bright one. So maybe the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
Ringraziamo. E a questo punto, molto velocemente, abbiamo ancora 2 interventi.
We still have 2 presentations to go. Last year, Google talked about data. This year, it will talk about AI. Christian Richter, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Motor Valley. It's great to be back. It's been a long day, so I'm almost the last speaker for today. So let's make this interesting, okay? Let's talk about something which I think every speaker today mentioned, AI. But let's actually look at it why, and you know I have the angle of coming in from the sales and marketing side of automotive. Why is AI so important for e-commerce? The first thing is if you look at online sales, but not just online sales, but also online to offline. We've seen the part of people who actually buy their cars online go from about 2% in 2015 up to almost 10% by 2022. Largely accelerated by COVID, but the trend is here to stay. Those that actually say, I could imagine buying the next car fully online, has gone up from 25 to 36%, almost 70 if you take those that say maybe. But also very important, if you look at searches, we also see the search for really the questions of where's the next dealership near me has also massively going up. So people go online, but then they also look for a physical point representing the brand very, very, very close to them. And that actually brings me to the amazing word of phygital, which is not an innovation by me, it's actually an invention by our colleagues from McKinsey that came up with this, which is a combination of physical and digital. So e-commerce is growing, omni-channel, digitally driven is growing. And then if you look at what this means for data, customer data. If you remember, those of you that have been here last time may remember that a typical car buyer journey generates about 900 data points. The next thing about car buyer journeys is, if you track them, they are not linear. They are very messy. People go from looking at a brand to something more detailed, to at a price, go back, decide about different models. So you cannot really follow them like in a typically funnel model or anything like this. They are very, very messy. We call this the messy middle. The next thing is this amount of data is going to get more and more. So think about a 5-year time. If you buy a car every 5 years, that's the whole process once. If you lease, maybe you lease every 2 to 3 years, that's already twice that process. If you move to new ownership models like subscriptions, you may change your car every 6 months. That means you have the same process 10 times. And then if you think about charging, which is a daily or weekly interaction, and connected vehicles, this will add even more and more customer data to the whole process. So it's a lot of data, it's non-linear, and this is usually where human cognition and the ability of a human being to optimize processes reaches its limits. But this is actually the perfect playground for AI. So let's talk about AI. And at Google, we do have AI at our core. Maybe somebody of you watched Google I/O yesterday night, and you've seen a lot of new announcements, all very, very AI-driven. So why do we do this, actually? Why do we put such a large focus on AI? The reason is because we really see AI as what we say the third big shift. And the first shift was the internet. That was basically when individual computers got connected and were able to exchange information and form a global information network. The second big shift was mobile, when you suddenly could take the internet in your pocket with you. And now AI, we think, is a third big shift that is being as transformative as the first two ones. We actually already declared Google an AI first company back in 2017. So we are working on this for almost a decade now. And also we have been pioneering a lot of innovations, also those that have been leading to generative AI. And the first was the transformer. So the transformer, I know this is a motor conference, so it's not the car robots, which you may know from the movies. It's not that, it's actually an algorithm that can parallelize a lot of calculations in neural networks and make it way more efficient. And that's the degree of efficiency you actually need to run large models like, for example, BART or ChatGPT and everything. And by the way, if you ever see the letter T in any of the AI solutions, you can be pretty sure that this refers to a transformer being built in there. So let's look at AI, and you know that there's a lot about generative AI. And I think generative AI is great. It can help boost your productivity. It can help accelerate your ideas and fuel your curiosity. So here's one example. I mean, you know BART, for example, which is our large language model, but this, for example, is called Party Imagen, and this is a text-to-image. Generative AI, you basically tell the AI what image you want, and it builds you this image. So generative AI has been a lot in the press, in the news, a lot of attention. However, and I think this is also very important if you are working in an enterprise environment, do not underestimate also the benefits of analytical and predictive AI. Because what AI does incredibly well is to analyze and make predictions. So it can find patterns and connections in large bodies of information. Again, that would be impossible or very, very, very hard for human beings to identify. And I mean, you can see this in a lot of technologies and application you see everywhere. Here's one example which you see is in Google Maps, where you can not choose just the fastest route, but you can also use the most eco-friendly route based on the drivetrain you actually have selected in there. So you can say, I have a diesel, I have a gas car, or I'm actually going electric, and it will select the most eco-friendly route for you too. So again, I'm going to talk a lot about generative AI, but also think about analytical and predictive AI. Also, at Google, we build both types of AI in our products, and they are already at work in so many of our products. Here's an example from our ad side. And these are those that you can already use today. Responsive search ads, automatically created assets, value-based bidding, for example, where you don't buy clicks anymore, but actually you tell the search engine, this is how much I want to spend for a specific action, because this is the value I attribute to it. And then it generates, basically, it doesn't optimize for volume, it optimizes automatically for commercial value for you. So a lot of these AIs already been used, both analytical and generative. Does it work? Yes, it works. And I brought you a few examples from automotive, but also from luxury consumer goods, because this is Motor Valley, so this is very much about luxury. If you look at automotive, we've been working, for example, with Toyota. We've been working with Emil Frey, which is the largest retailer group in Europe, and also an even deeper partnership that's very, very transformative with Mercedes-Benz that has recently been publicly announced. And the results are really powerful. The other thing is also, if you look at luxury consumer brands, here are examples from Dior and two from Fendi. They are also really, really, really good. And so the other thing is also what we see. We see luxury consumers being very, very digitally savvy. So the other thing which we learn is if you offer luxury consumers a world-class e-commerce experience, they will very, very, very much appreciate it. And this, I think, comes back to also what McKinsey said earlier. It's not just about the product, it is about the entire experience. And the more high-end the consumer is, the more actually they expect the experience to be high-end. Okay, so let's go back and talk a bit about generative AI, which has been very prominent in news public in the past month. So let's look a bit more in detail here. Important is to remember analytical AI is very much about numbers. Generative AI is really good for 5 types of data. It can be text, like open the pod bay doors. It can be code, which is also text, audio, images, videos, for example. The other thing, however, also, which is important, so this is usually, by the way, this is the data which generative AI really, really loves to work with and is good. The other thing, however, is also important to appreciate that consumers and enterprises have different needs. Because the big publicly available LLM models like ChatGPT or BART, they get lots of public attention, but it's really important to see which one are you using for which case. If you look at consumers, they may say, I want to plan a weekend trip, or I need to get a little Valentine's poem or so. So this is definitely one thing. Enterprises want to make sure they're serving accurate information, that they are actually controlling information, that they're controlling costs and everything. So therefore also I think the way you're using generative AI, the way you're actually using the models behind it can be very, very different. So for consumers, you definitely use, for example, from the Google side, BART. For enterprises, you may more take a model that is based on the LLM technology, but in your own control set, train it for the conversation you want. So for example, if you have a service conversation, you may train it with your service manuals, for example. That's one thing you could do. And on the enterprise side also, we do have offerings, and it depends how much effort also from the programming coding side you want to put in. There are some that are just apps, contact center AI, document AI, which the business users can use. We do have 6 foundation models that work on text, dialogue, code, image, video that developers can use. So for example, you could say I'm taking the text model and I'm training it with the best consumer conversations I have so it can help my salespeople to have better sales conversations. But then you may say this isn't good enough, and then you could go one level deeper and actually, for example, use Vertex AI and add some weights to the model, train it and use the typical machine learning techniques like backward propagation and gradient descent to train it even better. But for this, you do need some machine learning knowledge in your company. So as a thought starters, what can you use generative AI for? Think about use cases where you delight your consumers, you bring more human-like conversations to the front. You can help and enhance your own people. Generative AI can actually summarize a lot of information for the people working in your companies and organizations to large bodies of documents and text. This is really, really, really good. It can automate very, very, very repetitive tasks. So anything that's repetitive and boring can be easily automated. And of course, you can use it to enhance your product and brand experience, to individualize the assets, the images, the conversations more. So there's an open field of possibility, and I think there's so much more to come. Actually, I think the AI you see today is the worst AI you've ever seen. So a lot of more things are going to come over the next years. So when you think about, if you say this is a long-term undertaking, so how should a more long-term type of business transformation program look like? And we call this AI-powered e-commerce acceleration program. It has 3 pillars, one more around the customer experience. So you get the best UX. You can use immersion AR, VR to really, really bring your assets to the digital world. But you can also use generative AI for a really good sales experience. Then what we call technology and consumer intelligence. So making sure it's the right data infrastructure to collect the data, measure, get insights, but also build an AI ML data science capability to be able to train your models with to the best of what is possible. And then for next generation marketing, remember I told you about value-based bidding to really generate value. Make sure that you actually optimize your top line, your gross margin with this. Tell the AI to do this for you. It can do it for you. Inventory and local, make sure you bring your inventory and your local assets to the front page. And use AI to create the best possible creatives for your consumer conversations. This is a little example of what right now we would say the 3 by power of 3, because this is 3 by 3 by 3 thing here. The building blocks we would recommend, we constantly updating this. I think it's more important that you really see this as a larger program. But also having a good program in a toolbox is only one part of making this successful, because equally important is applying the right principles of transforming your business with AI. And this is independent if you're a business leader or you work in administration or if you're a practitioner. So when working with a lot of businesses and organizations, for me personally, I would say these are what I would call the Fab 5 of best practices of transforming a business with AI. The first is what I say, bring 2 worlds together. So, and I think this is really, really important. You need to have an understanding of your domain. In Motor Valley, it's mechanical engineering and luxury mobility and the best possible driving experience in the world. But also the domain of AI and machine learning. What type of your business problem or technical problem can be solved by what type of AI? And can you make this transformation? Can you bring these 2 worlds together? And I really think this will define successful companies, successful organizations, and successful personal careers. The ability to bring these 2 worlds together. The next one is, that's very important, the best training data set wins. An AI is only as good as the data it is trained on. So you're no longer setting the levers, you are training the AI. You're becoming the trainer of the AI. I think this is really very important to understand this. The next thing is, yes, there's training data, but also data is AI's fuel at scale. So the more you bring together, the better AI solutions you can empower. So do you have the right infrastructure in place? Do you have a cloud-based infrastructure? Do you have everything connected? Or is it siloed? Is it broken in here? So really think about this also. Then the other thing is you actually can start right here. I mean, you've seen it. AI is built in a lot of products already. There are a lot of pre-trained models available, but not for everything. So get an understanding of what's there, what skill sets do you need to build and use it for the full extent. And I think it's great that here in Motor Valley you're building also out these skill sets. And the last thing is be bold and responsible. I think this is really very, very important. Our CEO Sundar also said it. I think we realize we are going to be bold and responsible. So are you realizing the full potential? And I think we need to be optimistic about the technology, but also in a responsible way. And I want to talk about data and the responsibility to close this up here. The first thing really, and this is extremely important, there are a lot of great AI models out there, but every AI, and I know I'm repeating here, but every AI is only as good as the data it is trained on. And so, for example, and always think data is the view through which AI models see the world. And if, for example, you would only tell the AI what you see in this little round picture here, the road is clear. The AI will say the road is clear. If this is the reality, the AI doesn't know. It doesn't know the road is blocked, actually. So again, really, really think about the most important thing is you get the right and the best training data set together. And you are the trainers of your AIs. Also, very important, being socially responsible here. And we already, at Google, we already published principles about responsible AI in 2018. I think this is more important than ever. We want AI to be socially beneficial. We want to make sure that it does not create or reinforce unfair bias, is built and tested for safety, is accountable to people, incorporate privacy design's principles, and upholds high standards of scientific excellence. And last not least, that it is being made available for users, and only for users that accord to these principles. And I think that's a responsibility that lies with each and everybody of us who is building and using AI. And we actually believe at Google that AI's highest potential is in helping people, businesses, and communities to achieve their full potential. And I think this is, again, this is possible when you combine your knowledge, your expertise you have in this amazing region here in Emilia-Romagna with the power AI can bring to you. And I would be delighted to do this journey together with you here at Motor Valley. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ringraziamo Christian Richter. A questo punto parliamo, scusate, c'è l'ultimo intervento prima di andare di là al taglio del nastro. Parliamo di software.
So, Edoardo Merli is Vice President of Power Transistor Subgroup ST Microelectronics.
Edoardo Merli. Prego.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here personally and on behalf of SMT Microelectronics. We produce semiconductors and we are part of the Motor Valley. We are part of the Motor Valley Festival. This is essential to us so that we can play a key role in the automotive industry. Everything has been said so far. I'm the last speaker, so I'll try not to replicate what has already been said, and I'll try to focus on some specific topics. My presentation has a goal, providing you with insights about trends that have already been mentioned by McKinsey. And I like to talk about how technology and platforms can make it possible to implement these trends. And McKinsey said that disruption is essential and disruption is embedded in these technologies. My starting point is electrification. I think that these figures are compatible with McKinsey's figures. E-vehicles are more and more important in all segments, luxury, premium, and lower segments. As you can see here, e-vehicles, including mild hybrid BEV, has a 15–30% increase. And there's a mismatch between the car volume increase and the semiconductor business. I will mention platforms later, but semiconductors are important for ICE cars too. So there are several platforms which make it possible for semiconductor content to increase in cars. And there are other platforms which I will mention, specifically cars as an active hub that is connected with to the network, and architectures and functions should be redefined as software. This opens up new possibility in terms of services, experiences, and data. And this is related to emotional stability, and this is related to mobility as a service, where cars play a central role. There's another important platform, ADAS, autonomous driving. It is important in terms of use of cars and in terms of platforms to be implemented in terms of sensors, AI, processing, and AI plays a central role in this field too. The main driver for electrification is emission reducing, and as you can see here, the breakdown shows that in the future there will be a shift to BEVs among all EVs. There are different assumptions that should be implemented. First of all, price competitiveness. E-cars were introduced thanks to materials and platforms that allowed for a breakthrough, but there are new technologies in the power units that are at the starting point, and which means that there are huge improvement areas in terms of materials and effectiveness and efficiency. And then improving charging infrastructure is key too. COVID has accelerated people's awareness about e-vehicles and about new platforms that can be embedded in EVs. This is a clear trend for Chinese cars. Chinese have decided to focus on a mid-high-end segment. Because of all these factors, relations are changing in the automotive industry. In our view, in the past, we were at the bottom of the pyramid because we had indirect relations with OEMs. We were inspired, guided by tier 2, tier 1 players. So in the past, we used to be at the bottom of the pyramid, waiting for input. Now, there is a sort of star-shaped setup. OEMs are in the middle, but we do have contact as other players with OEMs. We have technical contacts because there's a holistic approach from a technical point of view. The starting point is the car and its specifications, and technologies are decided based on these specifications. This means a strong modeling approach. Relations have changed also in terms of logistics, in terms of forecasting, in terms of the whole manufacturing and distribution chain. The approach is synergic now, and it starts from the definition of needs.
Well, this was already presented very well by Bosch. These are the subsystems of an electric car, so traction, chargers. We also included the charging stations. Well, clearly these subsystems can be analyzed by various technological platforms. And they allow for great flexibility in the definition of architecture by OEMs. Clearly, if we look at the breakdown and the weights of the various technologies, power electronics plays a very important role. Traction is around 60%. So the value of power platforms for traction and charging is very high. So these are the components of the architecture. The ultimate goal is clearly efficiency. Efficiency is the ultimate goal for the manufacturer of electric vehicles and powertrains. But tying on what Bosch said, this is increasingly becoming a holistic approach. It's not just designed to increase the range. It's really from range to efficiency. In terms of the electric, mechanical, thermal system to reduce waste and increase efficiency. And this, of course, corresponds to a growth for our products. In the past, we would produce a kind of discrete component for various circuits, and now many partners want not just modules that can act as traction inverters, but they want us to design with them the cooling system with the best possible characteristics. And so on our side, it means to produce these systems with a higher value. And also for our partners. The other very important direction for its impact on weights, volumes, etc., is integration. That implies some very big difficulties, of course, challenges, both powertrain and charging. On the other hand, for a modular approach and for the purpose of scalability of the platforms, it is very important to rely on solutions with a scalable systems architecture with a view to production efficiency too. All this is based on massive studies about the various technologies. Talking about front-end technologies, silicon technologies are evolving very fast, reaching very high efficiency. But what has radically changed and what was adopted by Tesla in all its platforms, both traction and charging, is really based on new materials and new technologies, especially silicon carbide, as well as gallium nitride. Silicon carbide, because of its electric characteristics, is the solution for traction. And this comes from years in R&D studies. We started 25 years ago. And it involved huge investments. We are building new locations with investments of various huge investments. And then advanced packaging, either discrete packages or modules. Here again, we need to define thermal characteristics. As I said before, we come to final components with a complexity and a value that are much higher than the components just produced a few years ago. Bosch referred to software-defined vehicles before, so I don't want to repeat things that we already heard. Let me look for a chart that I can't find. Let's stop here then on this. Clearly, the vehicle becomes an active node. What does it mean? It means active in a network of cars in constant interaction, taking external information, receiving information from other cars, be it X or other vehicles. And this entails a number of novelties. The user, for example, may set the architecture of the vehicle and its information. So that the car is modeled based on the driver. And this is, of course, another emotional mobility feature, in addition to design, obviously. Another feature is specific services for that car. Since we know its position, we know about its data, specific services can be provided for that car. Therefore, mobility as a service plays a key role. The other dimension is the undoubtedly autonomous driving. ADAS first and then autonomous driving afterwards. Now, in terms of semiconductors, that means relying on processing platforms that can implement artificial intelligence at various levels. There's so many levels on collecting data, organizing services, learning algorithms for ADAS and autonomous driving. So that means having processors that can implement an architecture by domain, by, say, homogeneous functionality, enabling for very high flexibility. They would also allow software upgrades through memory copy mechanisms on following the example of mobile phones. And besides this, security for user data, network to user, and security must, of course, cover all these functions, all these processing functions. And then in terms of hardware, we have sensors, mostly cameras and post-processing of the data, camera data, but also radar data to increase the robustness of information collection in all weather conditions. I agree that ADAS and L4, L4 mostly now, actually I have a chart showing the various, the breaking down of ADAS, which is rather complicated. So there are specific applications, but the spreading out of L2, L1, L2, and even the beginning of L3 will become pervasive because they help security as well as driving comfort. And here is a mapping of the various functions. Some of them are already present. Others will come, and others, because of intrinsic obstacles or because of legislative obstacles, will arrive a little later. And just to have an idea of the complexity, our processor, the one used by Mobileye, used by 70–80% of car manufacturers implementing ADAS AD functions. And you can see the degree of complexity, the growth in complexity to implement L4, L5 solutions. So these dots are the various sensors, cameras, radars, long, short radars, and LiDARs. And this goes back to the implications for us when we want to build hardware and software platforms. The trend is towards zone architectures, so as to get centralized architectures and an execution of algorithm which is more controlled and more deterministic. Well, clearly the level of AI, the level of learning must be part of the processing architecture that must support it and must be reflected in the whole software architecture. All these functions may sound more usual, audio and positioning, but audio is facing the same kind of evolution. I was talking about the acceleration caused by COVID. So the audio platform is evolving quite sensationally, especially for luxury cars. I'm talking about directional audio, but the number of speakers and sound quality are so much higher. Besides the generation of sounds for electric cars, although I may consider that transitional, so in the transition between what we're used to and electric cars, positioning is key for autonomous driving too. It provides very precise positioning indications. So it's really down to the centimeter. And autonomous driving learning algorithms use it to define the actions that are needed. Clearly, positioning is associated to the various services too. Driver services. Associating the position of the car to the data received by the driver means more specific services provided. This may also sound less disruptive, but it does change the entire car architecture. So, autonomous driving, reliable electronics, in-vehicle networking, that implies quite a complexity in wires too. That means the power distribution unit is totally renovated. Power distribution units must become intelligent objects. They must be able to collect information, recover information in their domain, and make them available. This will be key for maintenance and for a total vehicle control. We are asked to replace all the mechanical relays, and there are so many, with active electric components, and try to reduce harnessing, going up with the voltage in the platforms, and have intelligent items everywhere to collect information. And through models, make it possible for predictive maintenance to be carried out. Predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance. Well, this may sound less glamorous than the other platforms, but it's a real change in terms of the internal architecture. Before moving to the conclusions, these are the three macro domains for us. They are key for whoever supplies automotive platforms. Clearly, there's the brain and the micro and the nervous tissue. Driving and controls are more and more complicated, and finally muscles, which is the power. We must actually perform the action. In our opinion, these platforms are now supporting or are now allowing change. All the automotive industry has been able to launch these changes. And once again, these platforms, the electric platform, ADAS, software-defined vehicles. So the value of a semiconductor platform is more and more key to allow this evolution. And then since the whole of the industry has changed in terms of development and product relations, supply chain, logistics, integration, and manufacturing communication, this puts us more at the center of the process than before and gives us semiconductor manufacturers more visibility with respect to manufacturing, logistics, delivery. These platforms, as shown by Bosch and others, imply multiple technologies. Different from silicon, for instance, we had worked for decades at it. They imply new packaging materials as well as new processes. To combine these technologies in an effective way, we're using processes that are so different from the processes we used before. That implies both R&D and manufacturing, because value is going up. So huge commitment on our part, and to build new factories with factories to make carbide, for example. Well, there's a huge investment all along the chain, so that is one of the reasons why we still have shortages in some technologies. We haven't yet made up for market demand. And I think that was the last one. Very well. Here we've come to the end. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of you. At this point, well, we have an intensive afternoon awaiting us. You can find it in the agenda of the Motor Valley Fest. See you soon again.